Moore County Board of Education, 6th February meeting is now called to order, work session. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion to go into closed session
Second.
You missed a part.
to proceed with the items as mentioned.
That's the item stated on the agenda.
I have to read them out.
No, but you can refer to the agenda, the item stated
I
on the
make a
agenda.
motion for the reasons, to go into closed session for the reasons stated in the agenda.
I make a motion to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Let the record state that the vote is unanimous at 5-0. Also, let the record state that Ms. Caldwell is not present, is running late. Also, that Chair Levy is not available for this meeting, so as the vice chair, I will be filling in as the chair. And with that, we go into closed session.
Thank you.
Just in time to call. Excuse me, delay that. The school board is back in open session. The next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I just took a sip of water, I apologize.
That was perfect timing.
I have a motion to add to the agenda for confidential settlement agreement.
So you want to make a motion to modify the agenda?
Yes,
For what
sir.
purpose?
To approve the confidential settlement agreement. Oh, no. To add, I'm sorry. A motion to the agenda to add
Consideration of a confidential.
consideration, sorry, it's not my handwriting. Consideration of a settlement agreement.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we'll vote on approving the agenda. Is the modified agenda approved? Do I have a motion to approve the modified
So
agenda?
moved.
Any seconds?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Mr. Benway, if you would like to join, if you'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Certainly. Stand. I pledge allegiance
Thank you, Mr. Benway. Ms. Davis, if you would like to lead us in a moment of silence, please.
Yes, sir. If we'll take just a minute, and go into that, please. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Swartz, you think I would remember, do we have to approve the consent agenda, or we just move along?
Motion to approve.
Do you have the personnel report?
Yes.
It's
Okay,
posted.
that is attached, okay.
Yep.
Then yes, you need a motion to approve.
Is there a
the
motion to
consent
approve
agenda.
the consent agenda?
So moved.
Any seconds?
Second.
And a third. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, so the personnel report is approved unanimously. Welcome aboard, new person. Okay, so the first agenda item is, we're in the business of education. So Mr. Swartz, the board attorney, has board education for the school board. It's part of our annual training and it counts towards our professional development credits.
And it does. Okay, so we have some training this morning. I don't usually train sitting down. If I move around, will this be able to be heard?
That's fine, yeah.
Do you have a?
I'll be more worried about what's great for the board versus the live stream. I want to make sure that you're comfortable in the board.
Okay, all right. So the first thing I want to do is tell you that this is part of a series of trainings that Mr. Levy and Mr. Hensley requested. And you are required to get board member training, so we're going to talk about that a little bit as part of this training to begin with. So this is the first in the training series, and there are a number of different scenarios here that we're going to go through. Now, I always give this caution at the outset of this when I give this training. I've given this to a number of different school boards, and I found out after the first time I ever gave it that some board members thought that they were being targeted. And if you see yourself in any of these scenarios, I promise you, you're not being targeted. These are scenarios I've seen with a lot of different school boards or school board members over the years. So don't feel like you're being picked on or targeted. But if you recognize yourself or something you're doing, then maybe there's a lesson to be learned here, okay? So let me start with that caveat in that description here. And this is going to be 1 hour of training. It'll count towards your training hour time. First we're going to cover the basics. And the basics are you've got different board policies that are listed here in these materials. And these are your go-to policies to look at to try to make sure that you're following what you should be doing in different scenarios dealing with your responsibilities as a board member to keep you from getting into any kind of trouble and to make sure that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. And we're going to look at some of at these policies in just a minute, but what we've got here are the Code of Ethics for board members, Board Policy 1419, the Board Policy 1420, Conflict of Interest, 1020, your duties and responsibilities of a board member, and then 8450, which is your general policy on handling complaints. And then I'm going to recommend to you, and this will go to the policy committee for consideration, the Model School Boards Association Policy 2122 for board members' role in handling conflicts. So you should know your board policies and make sure you follow them. And to that end, we're going to look at the first of those policies that's listed here, and that is the Code of Ethics for board members. So this counts towards your ethical training hour requirements, which we'll get into this presentation, as well as your 1 hour training, your 12 hours of training requirements. So this starts out with what the board member ethical requirements are, and then it has a separate section on specific board member commitments. And I don't want to read this to you, but I do want to hit some of the highlights. First of all, in section A1, it's that you recognize the need to follow all applicable laws, state and federal, regarding actions taken by a board member. You recognize the need to uphold the integrity and independence of your office, and the need to avoid impropriety in the exercise of the board's and board members' official duties, the need to perform faithfully the duties of your office, and to conduct the affairs of the board in an open and public manner, complying with all laws dealing with open meetings and public records. That's for the board as your ethical requirements. And then the specific commitments that are listed here go on, and there are quite a few of them. So in order to implement these standards, individual members of the board commit to attend regular meetings, endeavor to follow, make policy decisions, always keeping in mind the objective of providing students the opportunity to receive their constitutionally required sound basic education. And only after full discussion at publicly held board meetings. To render all decisions based on available facts and independent judgment, and refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals or special interest groups. To model civility and integrity, and that's really important, to students, employees, and all elements of the community by encouraging the free expression of opinion by all board members, and engaging in respectful dialogue with fellow board members on matters being considered by the board, and complying with all board policies that set expectations for conduct, regardless of whether those policies explicitly require compliance for board members. Respect confidentiality is a really key part of this, and privileged information that is discussed in closed session. Work with other board members to establish effective board policies, and delegate authority to the for the administration of the schools to the superintendent. That's really key. One of the key things is that Board 101 is that the board creates policy, and those are the guide rails, those are the parameters within which the superintendent administers the school system. So the superintendent deals with the day-to-day operations and the administration of the schools within the parameters set by board policy. Communicate to other board members and the superintendent expressions of public reaction to board policies and school programs. You are the eyes and the ears of the public. You are the elected representatives. When people come to you with concerns, you send those to the superintendent, as opposed to trying to resolve them yourself. You have a responsibility to learn about and keep current on current educational issues. You have the requirement to comply with North Carolina General Statute 115C50, which sets forth your training requirement. You're required to get 12 clock hours of training every 2 years, all right? And there should be a system in place. It's usually with Ms. Parker is usually the role of keeping track of those, reporting those hours in. Then you also have the responsibility that within 12 months of your election, and this is every time you get elected or re-elected, you have the responsibility to get 2 hours of ethics training. So among those 12 hours that are required every 2 years, you have to get 2 hours of ethics training within the first 12 months of your service on the board. You have to support, you're required to support the employment of people best above you, who are best qualified to serve the school system, and to avoid allowing personal relationships and biases to influence decision-making. And then this is one that we're gonna focus on a little bit today, this next one, number 12. Refrain from investigating or attempting to resolve complaints received personally, but instead direct the complainant to follow the board's complaint or grievance process to resolve concerns. However, nothing herein should discourage a board member from bringing to the attention of the superintendent or appropriate designee problems which constituents encounter. Okay? So you don't get involved in investigating complaints or concerns, you refer them to the appropriate place in the administration and/or the superintendent. Okay? Avoid being placed in positions of conflict of interest and refrain from using your position as a board member for personal or partisan gain. Avoid participating in public events, actively participate in public events by listening to the public and endeavoring to state the most accurate information while at the same time making clear that the chair and the superintendent are the official spokespersons for the board as a whole. You're not the spokesperson for the board, and only the chair or the superintendent are considered the spokespeople for the board. As stated in Board Policy 1420, board member for conflict of interest refrain from participating in or deliberating on or voting on or attempting to influence any person with respect to any matter pertaining to the board with which you've got a conflict. And we're going to look at 1420 separately, so I'm going to skip over that. And then take no private action that will compromise the board or the administration. What does that mean? Take no private action that will compromise the board or the administration. Don't take it upon yourself to say, I'm going to make sure that this happens here, or I'm telling you to do this, that, or the other thing. Because as an individual board member, what authority do you have?
None.
None, absolutely none, okay? No more than whoever the next person is walking down the street in front of this building, okay? So you only have authority as a board member when you're acting in a board meeting with the rest of the board, and the board takes action. And then remember always that a board member's first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending the schools. So we're gonna move on to 1420, conflict of interest. And I'm not gonna read through this whole thing, but I will ask you to do that. And I'm gonna hit you some highlights down here. So down here, this doesn't show up on the screen. Okay, so down towards the bottom of the left-hand side of the page, it says a board member is involved in is considered to be involved in making a contract if the board takes actions on the contract, even if the specific board member did not actually participate in the action, or unless the contract is approved under an exception to the law that would allow you to act. So this particular policy comports with the state conflict of interest laws, 14.234 and 14.234.2, that are in here. And it says that you can't benefit from a contract. With the terms in those are, and 14.234 and 14.234.2, by the way, are criminal statutes. Any statute that starts with 14 is a criminal statute. Okay, so these are criminal statutes for which board members could actually be prosecuted if you have a conflict of interest. Now, what you're not supposed to derive from any matter coming before the board is a personal benefit or what's called a pecuniary interest. That is, you're not supposed to profit from anything coming before the board. So if you go to the right-hand side of the page here, it says a board member derives a direct benefit from a contract if the board member or spouse or romantic partner, okay, so if you got a spouse and a romantic partner, they're both covered, okay, or if you got one or the other, okay, or other immediate family member. And an immediate family member is broadly defined. It includes a parent, a child, brother, sister, grandparent, or grandchild, including step, half, and in-law relationships, okay? So it's your brother, your brother-in-law, your stepbrother, your half-brother, okay, for those relationships. If they do any of the following, if they have more than a 10% ownership interest in an entity that's a party to a contract that's coming before the board, or if you derive any income or commission directly from the contract, or any of those relationships do, or acquire property under the contract. There is an exception allowed for employment contracts between the board and a spouse or romantic partner or other immediate family member, as defined above. So it's an employment contract. But the board member is not supposed to deliberate on the employment contract or attempt to influence anybody else who might be involved in making the contract or making a recommendation for employment or deliberating on it in open session or closed session, or participate in any deliberations or votes or attempting to influence anybody else on a vote. Going down to number 3 on the right-hand side of the page, a board member who is also this is a relatively new addition to the law, and this deals with if any of you are also involved in a nonprofit organization. So if you're involved in United Way, for example, or any other nonprofit organization, a board member who is also a director or an officer or a governing board member of a nonprofit can't knowingly participate or vote on or attempt to influence anybody else in voting on any agreement or memorandum of understanding that comes before the board dealing with that nonprofit. Okay, so that's another prohibition. Number 4 here is a board member will not deliberate on, vote on, or otherwise engage in the selection, award, or administration of a contract that is supported in whole or in part by federal funds. So there's separate federal regulations dealing with federally funded projects or grants. And a conflict of interest arises when a board member or spouse, immediate family member or partner, or the employer of a pending employer of any of these people has a financial interest or benefit or receives any kind of a tangible benefit. And that conflict has to be publicly announced at a board meeting and also has to be specifically disclosed to the federally funding agency. Okay, so keep that in mind if you ever come into a situation like that. For purposes of the federal funding part of this, a financial interest means more than 5% of the equity of the firm or the business, or more than 5% of the assets of the economic interest or in interest in indebtedness. It does not include ownership that's held through a mutual fund or some other investment vehicle that you don't have control over how the investments are made. Okay, so if you have a mutual fund or something that would have those kinds of holdings, you're not responsible. And then finally, you're not supposed to solicit or accept trips or tickets to a ball game or gratuities or gifts or favors or anything of monetary value beyond $50 from any contractor with the board or anybody who wants to do business with the board or who has performed in that role within the past year. You can accept things of nominal value, which is defined as up to $50 for any one item or meal or something like that, if it's in a banquet setting, or $100 over the course of a year. Okay? Number 6 is that you will not accept gifts from providers of E-rate services. And number 7 is that you will not misuse any information that you receive as a board member or acquire any financial by getting a financial interest for selling information or data, for example. Okay, so those are the board conflict of interest roles. The next one, and I want to zip through these pretty quickly. 1020 of the duties and responsibilities of a board member. I want to focus just on a couple of paragraphs here. Official decision. Second paragraph says official decisions of the board can be made only at duly constituted board meetings, and individual board members or groups of board members do not have independent authority to speak for the board and should make no out-of-meeting commitments unless directed to do so by the board. So not only do you not speak for the board, you can't take any action as an individual or a group of board members outside of a board meeting, but don't make any commitments unless the board authorizes you as the representative of the board to do something. It's important that a board member be nonpartisan in dealing with school matters and that he or she not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or personal ambition. 1020.1 says it takes time to be a board member, and you're expected to devote sufficient time to being a board member. 1020.2 says you have to make sacrifices of your time in order to be an effective board member and for the benefit of the school system. Also has an interesting provision here that you make sacrifices of personal pleasure for the benefit of the school system. 1020.3 is one that we're going to focus on as part of the rest of this presentation, and that is you should report routine complaints and concerns related to school system operations directly to the superintendent for appropriate investigation and response. And that's also a provision, a standard provision in superintendent contracts. And it's a provision in Dr. Locklear's contract saying that the board members individually and collectively agree to report any complaints or concerns to the superintendent for his appropriate investigation and response. 1020.4 deals with the conflicts of interest. 1020.5 says deals with the training requirements we've already talked about. 1020.6 says you'll act impartially in board meetings for the good of the school system. 1020.7 says that you should accept the will of the majority vote in all cases and give support to the resulting decision. That is, respect the majority. As a board member, once the board votes and a decision has been made, then your obligation becomes not to continually arguing trying to relitigate the issue, but your obligation becomes to your fiduciary obligation of the board is to support the decision that's been made by the board. Okay, even if you voted against it. Okay. 1020.8 is represent the board of the Moore County Schools in a way that will promote both interest and support. 1020.9 is you should advocate for the resources necessary for the highest quality school system, school program. All right, next is complaints. And this is your general overall complaint policy. That is, if you don't have a more specific policy, and you've got a bunch of other specific policies, but if you can't figure out a way where a complaint gets filed or a grievance process that applies, then you go to this policy. Okay? So there's always a vehicle to handle complaints under the board policy. So this starts by saying opportunities to address concerns and complaints. The board strives to resolve concerns and complaints whenever possible. To this end, the board has established the following processes. And what this amounts to is you always try to resolve complaints at the lowest possible level. All right? Go to the source. Go to the place where the complaint originates and try to resolve it there instead of ratcheting it up to other areas. And you start with trying to resolve it informally. Okay, can we just sit down and talk and resolve this? Number 2 is public comments at board meetings is an opportunity for people to voice complaints or concerns. 3 is we have different procedures that are set out here, and 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 tell you where to go to file specific complaints and the board policies that apply for other types of complaints. So for example, if there are concerns about the selection and procurement of media, complaints regarding the curriculum, you've got policy 5410. If you've got concerns with disciplinary processes, they're in the Student Code of Conduct in the 6000 series. If we have processes for dealing with students with disabilities and discrimination on the basis of disabilities. We have a grievance procedure dealing with specific concerns in board policy. We have student grievances, and we have a parent grievance policy. And then we've got procedures dealing with discrimination complaints, Title IX, prohibited conduct for bullying and harassment, and so on. And those are all spelled out here in this policy. So this policy spells out what we do when we've got specific concerns or complaints that are covered by other board policies, and it also spells out where we go as a general matter if it's not covered specifically by another policy. And so that's section B, the general process for complaints that are not specifically included in other parties, including third-party complaints. They should be addressed in the following manner. The complaint should be received and addressed at the level closest to which the complaint originated. So that's going to the lowest level to resolve the complaint. And for example, a complaint regarding a classroom should first go to the teacher. All all right, before it gets ratcheted up, and then after that, it can go, complaint regarding the school will be addressed by the principal. Any board member, and the last part of this is that any board member or staff member receiving a complaint should assist the complainant by identifying the appropriate personnel to address the issue. You can always refer to the superintendent. If it's a school complaint, you refer to the principal. You should always say, have you talked to the teacher about it? And refer them to that instead of saying, I'm a board member, I'll take care of this. Okay? All right, that'll keep you and everybody else sane too. The last policy that I want to refer you to here is a recommendation that the policy committee consider this policy 2122. This is the School Board Association recommended policies for the role of board members in handling complaints. So this specifically addresses some of the things that we were talking about. And it says that you shall refer the complainant to the appropriate school administrator. And this is a process you should follow anyway. This is a summation of what we've been talking about. Refer the complainant to the appropriate school administrator, and when appropriate, advise the complainant of the procedures in place for making complaints. The board member also may refer the complainant to the superintendent, who will determine the appropriate means of responding, and the board attorney may be notified of certain complaints in accordance with the board policy dealing with the school attorney. And then it says, individual board members shall refrain from taking individual action with regard to such complaints other than referring them to the proper administrative employee. All right, so that's designed to keep you in your role where you should be. And that provision is also in the superintendent's contract, in Dr. Locklear's contract. So individual board members should refer things and refrain from taking individual action. And the reasons why you want to refrain from taking individual action are because you've got all these complaint processes, and if you go through those complaint processes, where do they end up ultimately? They end up right here before the board, okay? So if you've been involved in investigating something that you shouldn't have been investigating or shouldn't have been directly involved in, then you ultimately have to sit and be the judge and jury on this. It might be a due process violation, because you're supposed to be fair and impartial and base your decision only on whatever information is presented at the hearing.
Right.
All right, so that's one of the main reasons why you stay out of it. So, let's go to, these scenarios here. So, scenario number one is school board member calls the school. All right? Don't know if any of you do this. You call the school. What's the response? Well, who answers the phone?
Secretary?
Secretary answers the phone, okay? Could be a volunteer, could be whoever's on phone duty, whoever's running by when the phone rings, okay? So, do you identify yourself as a school board member?
I always do.
You just tell them the name and they're like, it's in.
Or are you just telling me name? Okay, do you expect that that anybody the person you don't know who's answering the phone, do you automatically assume that they know you're a board member?
I would
Or
not.
should you identify yourself?
You should identify yourself.
Okay, so that'd be a good practice to make sure that you identify yourself as a board member. So do you need to identify yourself, or does everybody already know you?
Identify yourself.
Okay, should you identify yourself?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So what's the response of the person who answers now that you've identified yourself as a board member? And is that response different than if you just say, I'm Pauline Bruno, or I'm Pauline Bruno, a member of the school board?
It probably changes their behavior.
You think it might change their behavior
I
or
would
their
think so.
response?
Oh, yeah.
Or their reaction? Yeah.
Yeah.
So how is it gonna change their reaction? What do you think?
They,
Depending what we want, I guess.
Okay, so let's say you ask to speak to the principal. All right, well, how do you do that? Do you say, I need the principal right away? Or if the principal's busy, just have her call me back when she can?
Well, first off, we shouldn't be asking to speak to the principal, because that's not, we should be doing that. We shouldn't have one-on-one conversations with principals.
Okay? All right, but if you do, suppose you're calling to alert the principal to a concern. Should you call the principal first?
No, tell the superintendent to call the principal. That would be
Alright.
what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
Okay, all right. Good enough, okay. So, but if you were to call and you say, I need the principal right away, or she's busy, have her call me back, what do you think the response is from the person on the other end of the phone?
They're gonna get that principal no matter where she is.
Right,
or he is.
they're gonna drop everything and go get that principal. So is the principal being interrupted, or do you
Yes.
think she was just hanging around waiting for your call?
No, she's being
Okay, she's
interrupted.
probably being interrupted, right? Okay, so consider that you may be interrupting something and what you may be interrupting, okay? And, you know, it could be they're calling the principal on the walkie-talkie, or the principal could be in a classroom observing a teacher. The principal could be involved in a meeting with a parent.
Right.
The principal could be in a discipline situation with a kid. The principal could be doing any number of things, but you rarely find a principal who's sitting around thinking, let me take some time and think about what I should do next. Okay, they just don't have that time. They're constantly running around doing things.
Right.
Your call will most likely be to ask a question, a favor, a clarification for some information, or to let them know about something that you become aware of, some concern. All right?
I still would recommend to tell the superintendent to do that, not to have personal conversations with the
Okay,
principal.
so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
How could the superintendent help facilitate whatever your need was, or whatever your interest was, or your concern was, when you either called or considered calling the principal?
I don't want to be involved in any situation, so I would leave that, tell my concern to the superintendent to take care of it, and then hopefully he would come back with a follow-up and let me know it's been taken care of.
And I think that's what we usually do.
Okay, good. All right. So if you follow that, you're fine. All right? So, so what's wrong with any of this? Okay? After all, you're a school board member, and you should be able to do what?
Not that, no.
Show up at a meeting and vote.
Show up at the meeting and vote. Good, okay.
Superintendent.
All right, so if you do call the school, how does the staff view the call? How does the school secretary view the call?
It probably alarms them unnecessarily, is what I would think. And just would not be a best practice.
Okay,
If we needed to have time with them, it should be a scheduled time and something they would be looking forward to, down the road, not something spur of the moment.
good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer. Okay. All right, what about the principal? How does the principal view the call?
Same way, I would
no.
think, really.
to know
What in the world?
Okay, well, you're a board member, okay? Principal getting a phone call from a board member is gonna cause concern.
Sure.
Okay,
Same
it's
way,
gonna
yeah.
put them in the middle of something.
Yeah.
Okay, it may be helpful, okay? I'm sure you're thinking it's helpful if you were to make that call, okay? But you gotta figure out how it's gonna be viewed by the person receiving that call. Okay, and then what about, suppose the principal was in a meeting with a parent, and the call came in, you got interrupted saying, Mr. So-and-so, the board member's on the phone. Okay, that's not gonna look good to a parent. Okay, so, stop and think about all those things, and then, what would the principal do next?
Call the superintendent.
Okay, would they drop everything and respond to your concern? It may depend on the principal. Okay, principal may drop everything and respond to your concern, because they think that's what they're supposed to do. Okay, or do they call the superintendent to let him know about your call?
They should do that.
They do.
They should do that, right? Okay, you would expect them to do that. Or do they not call the superintendent and hope he doesn't find out? Okay, that's not a good option.
No.
And then, I know this would never happen here with this board, but, I've had some board members elsewhere who have said, look, just between you, keep this between you and me. Okay, the superintendent doesn't really need to know about this. Okay, that is something that obviously never should be done. Okay, never put the principal in that situation. Okay, all right. And what could go wrong?
All kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When a school board member calls the school, what could go wrong?
Yeah.
Panic.
I mean, if you stop and think about it, if a school board member calls a school, you're a school board member, all right? And people probably think that's what you do. There are probably a lot of people out in the public who think, if I call the school board member can call the principal and take care of this.
Right.
Okay, so there's an expectation there, but a lot of things could go wrong. all right? And then the bottom line in all of this is what?
You get in the weeds.
What's that?
You get in the weeds.
Yeah, don't get in the weeds, okay? Stay out of the weeds, all right? That's not your role, that's not what you're elected to do, so what you need to do is make sure you're staying out of the weeds, okay? All right, let's go to board, scenario number 2. I'm an elected official, and I want to be known as an effective and dynamic school board member. I want to be visible, I want to be seen as caring and in the schools, I want to become more knowledgeable and hands-on about school operations. I want to talk with staff and let them know that I'm there and I care. Anything wrong with any of that?
Do you see anything wrong with that?
Well, I'm asking you.
No, it's all in how you do it.
Exactly,
Thank you.
good,
Just The
okay.
delivery is what.
Gold star for Mr. Hensley on that?
Gold star. We have a supply of gold stars, Mr. Superintendent. Do we have a?
We'll get some.
I would like the
Okay.
large one, please.
So, if you want to do any of these things, what's a good way to go about doing that?
Let your actions speak for you.
Pardon me?
Let your actions speak for you.
Okay.
I can tell you what I've done in the past.
What's that?
I've written, in the beginning of the school year, I write every school a letter, just saying who I am, and I hope they have a great year, and, just that, that's pretty much it. Just hoping that everyone has a great year, and just showing my visibility and giving them my business card in that letter.
Okay, so if you want to be in the schools, what's the best way to go about doing that?
That pretty
Schedule it,
lady
yes.
right there.
Schedule it.
The common practice way, is that what you mean?
What's the best way to do it?
Scheduling an appointment with Cindy to take care of that.
Okay, so do you pick up the phone and call the principal, like in the first scenario?
No,
Okay, what do you do?
call Miss Cindy and tell her you want to see
You should.
a school.
You should schedule that through the superintendent's office, through the superintendent or designee, all right? And make sure that they can schedule it at a time that makes sense, so that you're not showing up, on testing day.
Right.
Or you're not scheduled to be there at 8:30 and then you find out that there was a fire drill scheduled for then.
Right.
Okay, so you're showing up to watch an evacuation, unless you want to show up to watch an evacuation. But whatever your purpose is in wanting to go to a school, your purpose, what you're trying to accomplish, how the best way to go about doing that is best set up through the superintendent's office. Okay? So, before you went to the school, what did you intend to accomplish? What are you trying to do? So stop and figure that out before you go to a school or ask for a school visit or try to schedule something is, what am I trying to accomplish here? Am I trying to make a point? Am I trying to observe something? Am I going to find out more about a particular program? Am I going just because that's a school in my area and I want people to see me and get to know who I am and that I care about the schools and I want to be supportive? What are you trying to do? And also, if you're going out there to get information about a program, is there a less disruptive way to do it? Okay? Could you have accomplished your purpose without going to the school? Because stop and think about it. When you go to a school, at some level, you're disrupting what's going on there. All right, so you should weigh the value of whatever the need is for you going to the school, whatever you're trying to accomplish, against whatever the disruption is that is being caused by your visit. Now, I'm not saying you're gonna go in there and there's gonna be a whole big kerfuffle about you being at the school, but at some level, you are causing people to deviate from their routines, all right? So, did you let the superintendent know in advance that you were going? That's a big question that you should ask. Did you facilitate that visit through the superintendent's office? Okay, you always should, all right? And then, did you follow the appropriate check-in protocols when you got to the school? So keep in mind, you're supposed to be modeling appropriate behavior as a board member, okay? You don't walk in and say, I'm a board member, I don't need to sign in, I don't need to check in at the front office because I'm a board member, okay? You follow the appropriate procedures to check in because they are required by board policy, okay? And as a board member, you support the board policies and you model the board policies, all right? So always make sure you follow the appropriate check-in protocols when you go to the school? And did you let the principal know you were coming, or are you sure that the principal was notified that you were coming? All right, and did you let people know why you were coming? Okay, what your interest was? Or did you wait to get there and say, okay, let me tell you what I want to do here now? All right, if you give them notice in advance of the purpose of your visit, they can prepare that in advance for that. They can schedule it appropriately. They can make sure you're showing up when it wouldn't be disruptive to whatever the program is, and so on. And also, when you go to a school, most likely you're going to be escorted by the principal or an assistant principal, okay, around the school, so that they can give you access to whatever it is that you're intending to look at. All right? So again, that's disrupting the normal operation. They've got to set time aside to do that, which is an appropriate thing to do, but it does change what they were otherwise planning to do. All right? So work with and through the appropriate channels. So did you meet with someone at the school? What's your purpose again in going to the school? And why did you meet with that person? Did they know you were coming? What was their reaction? And lots of times when board members go to school, they think, I'm here to help, all right? And I'm here to show support, or I'm here to look into this program, or I want to find more about this, or concerns have been expressed to me, I'm going to check this out. All right? So what was your purpose? And keep in mind, your purpose in your mind may raise questions in the minds of other people at the school. They're going to look and say, okay, this board member is here, why are they looking into this program? And that may raise concerns in their minds as to what you're doing there, what are you looking at, why are you looking at it, does this mean we're in trouble? Does this mean, somebody complained about me? You may be going there because you heard they were a great teacher, it was a great program, you wanted to learn more about it. So keep in mind that the reaction that you engender by your mere presence as a board member may impact people at the school. And you don't want to raise concerns that shouldn't be in people's minds if you're creating a new reality or a new scenario or a new perception. And then how did your visit impact the school when you were there? Okay, what, if anything, did you disrupt? And again, if you schedule this through the superintendent's office as you should, then the disruption can be minimized. So I'm not telling you to stay out of the schools. I'm suggesting to you very strongly that know what your purpose is in going to the schools in the first place. And it could just be, I want to see this school. I've never been to this school. I want to walk the halls and see what it looks like. I heard it was a great school. I heard it was a really well-maintained old school, or I heard that the school was in terrible condition, or I get complaints all the time about something, this, that, or the other thing. If you get complaints or concerns, what should you do?
Superintendent.
Refer to the superintendent, right? Don't go out there to investigate yourself necessarily. Okay, and then how was your presence in the school that day viewed by the superintendent? Well, again, if you scheduled it through the superintendent's office, that's taken care of in advance, all right? Unless something happens at the school and there are reports that come back and the superintendent's starting to get feedback that, there's a board member out here doing this, that, or the other thing that maybe you shouldn't be doing. But if you don't tell the superintendent or schedule it through the superintendent's office and you go out to the school, how long do you think it's going to be before the superintendent's getting phone calls?
Not long.
About 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the superintendent's going to wonder, well, what are they doing out there? Or what's she doing out there? Or what's he doing out there? All right? And what do you think the superintendent's going to do?
Give you a call?
Give you a call or pick up the phone and call the principal and say, hey, what's going on? All right? What about the central office administrator who is responsible for whatever it is you're concerned about? The person or the program or the subject area or the school facility. there's gonna be a central office administrator who's got responsibility for whatever those concerns are. And then, what about the principal, the school level administration? All right, well, hopefully your visit all went well. How about the faculty and staff and the parents? All right, everybody's gonna have different views of what it is you're doing or what you're doing out there. So again, scheduling through the superintendent's office, knowing why you're going out to the school in advance, don't have a hidden agenda, explain to people what you'd like to see, what you'd like to accomplish, why you're going there, and then show up and have a good, well-planned visit. As opposed to people worrying about whether or not you're playing gotcha, okay? And then, is there another way you could have accomplished what you set out to do? Okay, are there other ways to do this? So always think about that as well, and we talked about that. All right, how about this? Scenario number 3, the board member intervenes. Suppose there's a situation at the school about a program that you have a deep interest in, or a situation where you have some interest or background or expertise. Let's say there's a concern about the music program or the EC program, and you're a former EC teacher, okay? I'm not picking on you, Paul.
Sure you are.
No, I'm Pauline, I'm just using that as an example. Or there's a concern about an ROTC program, and, you know, Mr. Benway's retired military, and he's gonna check this out himself, okay? So, there could be any number of concerns where you have some background and expertise that you can bring to bear, and you're thinking, okay, I know something about this, I can help, all right? Or I can, you know, really find out what's going on and dig a little bit deeper or know a little bit more. Or suppose it's a situation involving someone with whom you have a relationship. Okay, it could be a friend, family, an acquaintance, or even a sworn enemy. All right, so you've got these situations in the school, any number of other potential scenarios. So you're thinking, well, look, I really care about this situation. It's bothering me. It's concerning me. What should I do? So here are some options. Get directly involved, find out all I can, and report back to the superintendent. Is that a good option?
No.
What does get involved mean?
Well, get directly involved, find out all I can, and report back to the superintendent. What are you doing now?
You're getting involved, which you shouldn't be getting.
You're investigating.
Right.
You're potentially compromising the board.
Right.
You're potentially compromising yourself if this ends up in something that ends up coming before the board, all right? And you're getting into a situation you should not be involved in, all right? How about follow board policy? Should you do that?
Yes.
Yeah, what does the board policy tell you that we looked at earlier today? What should you do?
Hand it on over.
Hand it on over and make the report. Should you alert the principal and tell the principal what to do?
No.
I want to make you aware of this, and here's what you need to do next. No, that's not your role, and you don't, again, you don't have any authority whatsoever to tell the principal or any other school employee what to do. Okay? And you don't have you actually don't have the authority to tell the janitor, you know, you really need to clean this hall before you do anything else. Or, now, can you tell the janitor, look, I just went to the men's room, it's a mess? Yeah, you can do that, okay? You can do that, because anybody could do that, all right? Do you have the authority to tell the janitor, get over here and clean this men's room right away?
No.
No. But you can tell the janitor, it's a mess, or you can tell the principal, or you can tell the superintendent, all right? Don't get directly involved at the local school level in trying to handle any of these situations. Can you demand information from the principal and the staff directly?
No.
Well, why not go to the source and try to get that information?
Because it could come up to us afterwards, so we want to make sure we hand it over to the superintendent to get involved, so we're not directly involved in it.
Whose responsibility is it to do that investigation and get that information?
The
It's the superintendent's or designee, all right, not yours, all right? Should you ask the superintendent to investigate?
Yes.
We can ask, sure.
Okay, can you direct the superintendent to investigate?
No. I don't think so.
Individually?
Can we?
Individually.
Oh, no, not individually.
No, individually you can't, okay? Can you ask the superintendent for information as an individual board member?
Yes.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can, okay? That's no problem. You can ask the superintendent to investigate. You can say, look, I want to make you aware of this situation I've heard about, blah, 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 blah. You know, and this is starting to blow up on social media. I really think you should look into it now. Okay? You can tell him that, but you can't tell him to investigate as an individual board member. But you can always ask the superintendent for information as an individual board member. Should you let everybody know that you're aware of this situation, you're gonna take care of it and clean it up?
No.
No, because again, you don't have that authority, all right? Now, not picking on your new board members, but sometimes new board members learn that lesson the hard way,
Yes.
all right? Because you just got elected, you feel like you've got a mandate, you wanna let your supporters know that you're now large and in charge, and you're gonna clear up whatever their concerns are. And so it's real easy for new board members particularly to fall in the trap of promising that you will do things or accomplish things that you don't have any authority to promise or accomplish, all right? You can say, as a new board member, we're gonna, you know, I can promise this is gonna be brought to the attention of the board, and I'm confident the board's going to address it. But you can't promise, I'm gonna clear this up, because you can't, okay, as individuals. All right. So remember also, when you get involved in or you hear about concerns that affect you or that bother you or that you're interested in, that every story has two sides, just like a pancake, okay? So what you're hearing from the one person or the one group or, you know, the teacher or the student or the parent who complained to you or that then put their complaint on social media, there may be another side to that story,
Always.
okay? There almost always is another side
Almost
to the
three
story.
sides, I say.
All right, and this may not be a pancake with two sides, it may be a cube, okay? So it may have multiple sides, or it could be something that looks like this, okay? There could be lots of different possibilities here. So keep all of that in mind when something comes up and bothers you. Okay, so still on this same scenario of the board member intervening, suppose the situation doesn't get resolved, then what? All right, well, consider whether what you are doing is appropriate, given your role as a board member. And consider that whatever the situation is, it may end up in a board hearing. And then what I've got listed here are all the different things that we've got tied to your board policy numbers that could end up in a board hearing. So we could have a personnel hearing. All right, there are any numbers of different types of personnel hearings that we could end up under, and those would go under state law. So we have different types of hearings for suspensions, demotions, and dismissals. There are different types of hearings depending upon whether we're dealing with an at-will employee, a career status or tenured professional, or a contract licensed professional, or you know, it's a different hearing for a bus driver than it would be for an executive director or a teacher. So we have a wide range of different types of personnel hearings. We have student discipline hearings, and we have student discipline hearings for long-term suspensions and expulsions, and for suspensions of 365 days for firearms or explosive devices. There are different types of hearings depending upon what the consequence might be or what the potential consequence is for the student. But those types of student hearings for any kind of long-term suspension more than 10 days are very elaborate hearings. And they come with very extensive due process rights, including the right for a student to be represented by legal counsel, the right to get information beforehand. There's a certain amount of discovery that can be done with documents being exchanged. So that's very much like a trial when you get into those hearings. So very extensive due process rights. We have a student grievance policy, and our student grievance policy, even though it's listed as a student grievance policy, Policy 6902 says that the student, the parent, or guardian may initiate that. So even though it's characterized as a student grievance procedure, it can be initiated by the student, the parent, or the guardian. because we don't have a separate parent grievance procedure. And that's, if you look down to the last sub-bullet point there, we have student grievances also in policy 8902. Title IX sexual harassment grievance process is set out there. That's for any complaints of sexual harassment or sexual misconduct in violation of Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. We have a discrimination and harassment policy for discrimination and harassment that's prohibited by federal law. So we have Title VI of the Civil Rights Acts protects against certain types of discrimination or different treatment under federal law for characteristics such as race, sex, color, national origin, et cetera, religion. We have bullying and harassing behavior that's prohibited under state law. So there's a separate set of state laws that prohibit bullying and harassing behavior that are not covered by the federal law protections under Title VI. Then we have the overall responding to complaints policy that we looked at earlier. We have a separate grievance procedure for employees, and 3,900 is for our professional employees, 4,800 is for our classified at-will employees. But it's the same grievance process for either set of employees, okay? So they can grieve things that are perceived to be violations of contract or code or regulation, state or federal, or things that are not covered by more specific policies such as Title IX or discrimination policies. But in any event, again, you always want to follow board policy. You can meet with the superintendent if a situation that concerns you has not been properly addressed or resolved. Okay, it's okay for a board member to meet with the superintendent and let him know what your concerns are. But again, in that meeting, you don't direct the superintendent to do anything, okay? But okay to meet with them and let the superintendent know your concerns. He'd probably rather hear it that way than get ambushed later on in a board meeting and have the opportunity to follow up on whatever your concerns are, address your concerns, talk with whoever was dealing with those concerns or should be dealing with those concerns in the administration, get information to respond to those concerns, and then be able to report back to you and or the full board about what was done. Keeping in mind that idea that there's more than one side of the story. So whatever your concern is, whatever you've heard, superintendent has the ability to investigate and get to the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. All right? Request information from the superintendent. Again, you can always do that. And you can arrange for an item to be added to the board agenda. All right, if the full board needs to address this. But it's never a good idea to ambush people at the board meeting and say, here's something I want to add to the agenda. Okay, and you've done a lot of background or homework on it, and you've not investigated, but you've looked into it from one perspective, or what you think is more than one perspective, and nobody else has heard this concern before, or maybe one of the board members heard this concern before, and the administration has had no time to review, respond, prepare, follow up, and be able to address this. So try to avoid the ambush. All right, and then the last scenario that I want to talk to you about, because we're going to be getting close on time on this, a board member receives a complaint. All right, the complaint could be about a student matter. It could be about a personal matter. Yes?
Mr. Schwartz, we are running short of time.
Okay,
I would just ask you to-
I got 5 minutes to get to your hour of clock training here, and I'm gonna race through this one, we'll get there. It's a personnel matter, where you've got a principal, assistant principal, or a teacher that's concerning. Or it could be a complaint about the superintendent, or it could be about a bus that's always late, or an unsafe condition in the schools, or the athletic fields, or anything. And you get complaints about all of those things. Even you new board members have probably already received at least one complaint about every single one of those things. All right? So what's your role and what should you do? Well, always consider your role and responsibility before you do anything. Follow board policy, okay? And what does board policy suggest you should do? What's the first thing you should keep in mind? Well, call the superintendent, but also what are you trying to accomplish with any complaint or concern? How do you want to address it and where do you want to address it?
from where it's coming from.
at the lowest possible level, okay? At the source, try it, it should be addressed at the source, okay? So follow board policy and bottom line, stay in your lane, okay? So, know where your lane is, stay in your lane, and if you do that, you won't get in trouble, the board won't get in trouble, and, you'll have a much more smoothly functioning school system. So, anybody have any questions about any of this? Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have just a couple quick comments. One is, if you disagree with a point in one of the policies, then just get with Mr. Levy upon his return, or, you know, get with the policy committee chairman, and they can discuss modifying. I've got problems with a couple items that are in our policies, but, you know, if you got problems, then, again, bring it up with Mr. Levy. The other thing that I would say is, you know, just be respective of the superintendent's time. You know, he's in charge of an organization with 1,800 employees, and how many students we up to? 13,432 or something. So just be respective of the superintendent's time. Any other questions, comments, concerns? We stand in recess until 1 o'clock. The school board meeting is reconvened. Let the record reflect that board member Holmes and board member Benway are not present. They're expected to rejoin us at some point later on this afternoon. The next item on the agenda is a board action number 4, the consideration of confidential settlement agreement. Do we have a motion?
Sorry, I was unprepared. I have a motion to approve the confidential settlement agreement in the IM case in the form presented by the board attorney.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 4-0. That was painless.
Yes.
Okay, the next agenda item, Ms. Edmonds. Ms. Edmonds is up for foundation. Actually, Dr. Locklear and Ms. Edmonds is up for foundations of building the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. I guess I could have just read it up there.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Before I turn it over to Ms. Edmonds, just want to first thank our board budget and audit committee, chaired by Mr. Hensley, Ms. Codwell, Mr. Benway, and Ms. Davis attended a meeting as well, where we discussed the foundations for building the budget in the next fiscal year. We got some great feedback from the committee as we refine this presentation and what would be helpful for the entire board to hear. But really, the desired outcomes with this presentation that Ms. Edmonds has done a great job on is just give some background information around our revenue sources and where they come from. Talk a little bit about some historical context of some of our funding, where we rank in the state of North Carolina per pupil funding, and then also talk about when building a budget, the impact of those fixed costs that we have to consider when estimating what our budget needs will be for the following year. And, what's next? What are the next steps in this process? And really, it's about hearing from you. Once you have this foundational information, what feedback you have for me and Ms. Edmonds as I bring you the superintendent's recommended budget in March. And as part of that timetable, we'll have the opportunity to have the 2x2 sessions with you, those small group meetings in a couple weeks where we'll be able to have some good dialogue around that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Edmonds and appreciate the work that she's put into putting this presentation together. Tina?
Just real quick, Ms. Edmonds, before you start, Mr. Benway, while you were gone, the agenda was modified per our previous motion, and we did vote and pass the confidential settlement agreement. And you're absolutely, just want to bring you up to date.
Excellent.
Very good.
So we will start our budget, the building of our budget, with going over our sources of revenue and revenue trends. Then, of course, building the budget, our funding cliff, our fiscal year 24 budget development process, our local supplement and local salary costs, our charter school expense, and our total projections for fiscal year 24. And then where do we go from here? I want to go over these sources of revenue. I'll go quickly, but just for anyone that's new, just as a reminder, where our funds, our revenue where they do come from. So we do receive in Fund 1. You'll hear us sometimes talk about Fund 1, Fund 2, Fund 3. Fund 1 is from state public school funds. Fund 2 is from local current expense. Fund 3 is from federal. And Fund 4 is our capital outlay, which is also local. Fund 5 is child nutrition, and Fund 8 is our restricted revenue, sometimes called other local, but it is restricted. This is a look of our sources of revenue and what percentage overall each fund we receive. So for state, our number one, our biggest amount of revenue we receive is from state, and it is at 58%. Our second biggest is local, and that's 20% of our entire revenues. And then federal is our third at 11%. You've got child nutrition at 5%. Our restricted revenue is coming in at 3%, and capital outlay at 3%. And just a note, we are going over 21, 22 sources of revenue because this is revenues actually received. If we were going over this year's fiscal year '23, it would have to be projected on what we anticipate to receive. This slide shows our 21-22 expenditures, and again, because we have actually, these were actually expenditures for an entire year, and we're not projecting them, we are going with our last entire complete year, which was 21-22. So our biggest expenses for all funds is at 82% is our employees. That's your salaries plus the employee benefits that go along with those salaries, which is fitting because, as you know, our biggest asset is our students and along with our staff. So then our next biggest expense, coming in at 9%, is our supplies and materials. That does run from anything from supplies, materials. It can be computer software, our fuel for our vehicles and facilities, repairs and supplies for those repairs, and our non-capitalized computer equipment or non-capitalized equipment. Then we have, we actually have coming in at 6% is our purchase services, and they're anything from contracted services to utilities, electric, gas, water, sewer, our insurance for our vehicle and property, our travel reimbursements, and telephone and postage. And then transfers comes in at 2%, that is our charter schools, and at 1% is our capital outlay. And this is a further breakdown of those 21-22 expenditures, breaking it down just to show you that in our salaries, that is the biggest piece, as we had said before, but it shows that the state coming in at 61 million, that's 70%. So state picks up 70% of those salaries, and then local picks up about 16% of those salaries. And federal does pick up about 10%. You'll see on the transfers, you'll notice the 2 million in orange, 698. That number is in local, but you'll see there's a $45,000 that's out of state, and that is a required child nutrition match that we have to pay. And then the $100,000 you see is some federal ESSER, it was some ESSER money that was reimbursement for child nutrition during 21-22. And this is another breakdown, again, of those local salaries that totaled the $14,496,000. This is where those expenditures are spent on salaries. So you have about 32% of the local salary is for supplements, and that's supplements for our teachers, our principals, and our assistant principals. Our instructional certified staff, which are teachers, we pick up about 26% of expenditures out of local there. And our operational support, which is maintenance, that's 12%. And as you know, we cannot pay with state funds for our maintenance or buildings. And then you have technical support at 11%, which is technicians, office support, administrative support, and about 7% for administrative, which is our directors and supervisors. We have 4% for extra duty pay, which is additional responsibility stipends. We have about 3% for instructional support, which is classified for that are teacher assistants, and substitutes take up about 1% of our local expenses. This is salary only, and it does not include the employer-provided benefits.
Question, Mr. Ennis?
I do have a quick question. I think it's for you, Dr. Locklear. When was the last time Moore County Schools looked at our supplements and competitiveness in the surrounding counties? Do you recall?
We've done some review of that when we were looking at some ESSER activity. When we gave the retention bonuses, we did look at what other folks do, but we haven't done a market share review in several years.
Okay, thank you.
This is just a reminder about our 1213 state conversion laws, and this is more historical for anyone new. So the school districts no longer have the flexibility to convert state classroom teacher positions at the district average salary. There were, the state did change the conversion rate from the district average to the minimum teacher salary rate. This change has resulted in Moore County schools picking up more local teachers than in years prior to that conversion loss. And it is estimated it's approximately 16 to 20 additional positions we're picking up locally each year.
Let me translate this to the other board members, and correct me if I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong. But if you listen to people, they talk about how the state, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but you hear people talk about how 10 years ago, the state legislature cut teacher allotments. It's my understanding that this is what they did. They didn't go, oh, we're gonna give you 20 less teachers. They changed the way that you convert teacher positions. So when you hear about a cut, this was it. It wasn't a law that just said we're gonna give you 10% less teachers. It was this procedural change is how you convert positions.
That is correct.
So we had some discussions about this in the committee. It's important that people understand that this is what they're talking about. You know, when you hear people 10 years ago, they cut, this is what they did. This is a bit crying over spilt milk because it's a decade ago. But it is important as a reminder that they didn't really say we're cutting 10%. They just, they changed the, I'll use the term accounting gimmick where people could end up with more teachers. Motivations are unknown, but that's what they did.
This chart goes over our historical per pupil funding. And then if you'll start at the top, 2016-17, our state rank was 102 out of 115 school districts in North Carolina. Our federal rank was 99, our local rank was 25, and our total rank was 88 in per pupil funding. If you go fast forward to 2021-22, we were at 110, so we actually slipped from 102 to 110 out of the 115 districts in state funding per pupil. Our federal rank went from 99 to 104. Our local rank went from 25 to 41, and our total rank went from 88 to 109.
For my fellow board members, one thing that I'm considering doing, and I think that we should think about, if you look up here and you look at the local funding and you look at the local rank, we're 41, right? I think that we should consider proposing to the county commissioners that we do for Moore County schools, we do, which includes the charter schools, by the way, that we propose to the county commissioners a per pupil funding mechanism that's tied to our ranking in the state, i.e. if Moore County is the 15th best economy, in the state, then what we should propose to the county commissioners is our target should be, our local rank funding should be commensurate with Moore County's place in the economic ranking of the state. I think that's a fair and objective measurement. And really, that's the way the state ranking is set up, because everyone knows the tier system, right? Hope County only spends $1,000 per student with local funding because they get $4,000 more per student from the state than we do. And, anyway, so I think that as a board, we should consider making that proposal to the county commissioners.
And before Tina jumps into looking at the impact of fixed costs, this is, I think, an important one, just to make a quick note to you as board members. When we're planning our budget for the next year, it's important for us to reflect on the impact of required cost increases and what that has on our budget from year to year. As Tina mentioned already, somewhere around 85% of our budget is people. And really our budget, when we build it, the first thing we look at is how do we take care of our people so they can take care of our kids. And so these fixed cost increases in salary, benefits, and estimating increases and perhaps that we're going to have to pay for charter schools. These are all required cost increases that we have to look at when projecting our budget for the next year. So this is a little background on that, and then we'll be rolling into the projections soon enough. So Tina?
This chart shows the impact of our mandated salary and benefit cost increases. And at the top chart, you'll see that is the labor cost per unit of total state full-time employees back in 2008, 2009 was $52,055. And it has since increased to $71,585 in 2021-22. Then if you'll look at the second chart, our average daily membership back in 08-09 was 12,190 students. And then in 2021-22, we are at 12,626. Our total state paid employees back in 08-09 was 1,289, and it has actually decreased in 21-22, and this is our full-time employees. It's went down to 1,186. The ratio of students to state paid employees in 08-09, it was 9.45 students per state paid employee, and it has increased to 10.65 students for every state paid employee. And at the same time, our total state revenue has went from $67.1 million up to $84.9 million. Just keep in mind the cost of the per unit of labor, it continues to increase each year, but the result is really the salary increases and benefit costs. And then also in 21-22, we have had more students per state employee than in previous years. So we really have more state dollars per employee, but fewer state paid or state funded employees to support those students. Talking about the increases in benefits, this chart shows you how much our benefits have increased since 2008. So in 2008, the first chart shows you our retirement. It was at 8.14%, and I do need to make a note. Our employees pay 6%. That's the employee portion. The employer portion, which is what Moore County Schools pays, back in 2008 was 8.14%, and it increased to 22.89% in 2022. Over time, it has gradually increased up to 281% more. Now, in fiscal year 23, the retirement rate increased again, that's this year, up to 24.5%. Our hospitalization, back in 2008, the employee match, it was at no cost to employees back in 2008 to have employee-only insurance. But at the same time, the employer matching was $4,157 per employee, per full-time employee. Then in 2022, it has went up to $7,019, and the employee cost for employee-only is now $25 minimum. But the employer cost is now at $7,019. That's a 168% increase. And this year, it has went up again, and we're at $7,397 per state employee that's eligible. That's 30 hours or more. So our charter schools, they receive local revenues from the district in which each enrolled student resides. And per General Statute 115C 218-105, local administrative units must pay charter schools the amount of per pupil local current expense appropriation for the current fiscal year. And this is just a representation of the history of our charter school students. So back in 2013-14, the green line shows a total. That's a total of all of the charter school students. Back in 2013-14, we started out with about 386 charter school students, and that number has climbed to 1,295. And it does break it down a little bit further. If you wanted to see how many students are at STARS, the Sandhills Theater Arts, they have went from 259 students back in 2013-14. They're currently up at 675 students. Then in orange, you can see the Academy of Moore. They started out with just 5 students, but they're up to 344 students. The Moore Montessori was at 83. They just started in 2018-19, but they've quickly climbed to 196 students. And we have the yellow line is our other charter schools, and there's about 7 other charter schools that comprise those 80 students that went from really nothing in the beginning in 13-14, and they've climbed up to 80 students. And just a note, this does not include the students at the 2 state-approved virtual charter schools, and there's about 36 students that are in those charter schools. This chart represents our total County of Moore public school students. So it's not just Moore County school students, but also our charter school students. In orange, we start out with that 386 in the beginning of our charter schools. And in 2022-23, we end up with the 1295. And then in the blue is 12,812. If you go to 21-22, we have the 12,626. But in 23, we're looking at about 12,871 Moore County students. But the total combined, we started out total combined at about 13,198, and we have steadily been, our numbers have our numbers have increased each year to 2022-23, and that is the total of our Moore County public school students.
So just one quick note that Mr. Hensley mentioned earlier, so hey, that includes charter school students as well. That local investment that our county has made in our public schools not only supports the students who are in Moore County schools, but supports our charter school partners. And so this slide is showing those total students that local investment goes to support, not just our students in our school district, but our charter schools as well. So that was what Tina's trying to demonstrate here, is that that's been a steady, modest increase over the years.
Which is really interesting, by the way, and it's something that I brought up in the committee meeting, is the charter schools benefit from, all 3 charter schools benefit from an increase in local county funding, but for some reason, their leadership never shows up at the county commissioners to assist us in increasing that amount, and I really wish that they would join us. I've personally extended invitations to 3 of the 4 charter schools, and they never show up. That's really to their detriment and our detriment. It's to the detriment of the education of all of our collective children. So anyway, it would be nice if they would advocate alongside us.
This is just showing charter school flow through, and what does this really mean? So if you look at 2015, 2016, the money that we received from the county was $26,265,140. This equates to approximately 1988.78 cost per pupil. And then our charter schools, we did spend $1,036,153 towards our charter school students. And then the difference, the $26,265,140 less what we paid to the charter schools, leaves $25,228,987 for our Moore County school students. So when you go forward to 2022-23, we are anticipating we are projected to receive $34.5 million from our county, with a projected cost per pupil of $2,400, and our charter schools are anticipated to, the projection is the expense to be about almost $3 million. And the balance, the $31.5 million, would be what Moore County school students would receive to cover our Moore County school students. And just a note, that cost is estimated for the per pupil cost for 22-23. So this chart shows how our local costs are being funded in this year, 2023. And this is just budget, so how we have budgeted it. We have placed the budget. So our expenses for certified and classified salaries, the budget is $18,323,625. Our employer provided benefits is $6,500,000. Our purchased services, which includes utilities such as electric, gas, water, phone, insurance coverage for property vehicle accident is about 4.7 million. And our supplies, which include our supplies, materials, computer software, fuel for our facilities and vehicles, our repairs and our non-capitalized equipment and computer equipment's about 3.5 million. And then our equipment that is capitalized and our computer equipment that's capitalized is about 480,000. And that just means if the value is greater than $5,000 per piece. And then charter schools is almost 3.2 million budgeted. So our total budget was $36,719,500. The revenues to cover those anticipated expenses comes from our county appropriation of $34.5 million, our fines and forfeitures plus a little interest of $480,000, and then fund balance appropriated that the board did approve of $1,739,500. And just as a reminder, that fund balance that was appropriated was for the decompression of the classified pay scale, the digital lease obligations, a reduction in our class size for grades 4 to 5, and a counselor at Cranes Creek Middle School. So now we're going to talk about the estimated ESSER funding cliff for 2023-24. And when we were looking at this, we wanted to look at anything that was considered reoccurring. So for ESSER 2, which is PRC 171, those funds do expire September 30th, 2023, which is in fiscal year 23-24. We have second grade teacher assistant positions that total $1,460,000, but those positions will end June 30th, 2023. ESSER 3, which is PRC 181, those funds expire September 30th, 2024, which is in fiscal year 2025. And those are, in that PRC, we have the Connect Academy positions, and those the state will pick up in 2023-24, but those positions do total $160,000. Then in ESSER 3, PRC 184, the funds expire September 30th, 2024, which is in fiscal year 25. There is a parent involvement specialist for homeless students. That position ends June 30th, 2024. A families in transition position, that position ends June 30th, 2023. Both of those are considered part-time and they total $40,000. So once you take out the TA positions that end June 30th, 2023, the state will be picking up the Connect Academy positions, and the parent involvement specialist, along with the families in transition tutor, those positions ending, there will not be a funding cliff for 2023-24 from ESSER funds.
If I can make a couple comments on this. So the first thing is, these are the facts as to what, when the funds expire, these are going away. This is for clarity for us. We may or may not decide to find funding for this and keep any one of these things in here. That is something as a board that we're gonna have to decide, I wanted to make sure that everybody understood when ESSER funds went away, what non-temporary positions, or at the time, sort of non-temporary positions were gonna go away with that. That being said, there were a lot of temporary positions funded with COVID that, to Dr. Locklear and his staff's credit, they didn't try to say, and act like, hey, we need these. An example are the COVID nurses, those were temporary funding. It was set up front. When those go away, when the funding goes away, those positions are going away. So there was no attempt to try to perpetuate temporary positions. So I think that is a lot. Did I say that right? Laudable. That is good. But these are things that will go away, and we as a board just need to decide whether or not we want to keep them, and if so, that's what it's going to cost to keep them.
And now we'll talk about the estimated ESSER funding cliff for 2024-25. So not in 2023-24, this the budget that we're talking about, but for the following year. We do, in ESSER 2, PRC 171, the funds, again, they expire September 30th, 2023, which is in 2023-24. Currently, we have Amplified IT Software, ClassLink, and Brink Advantage, all of those software products being paid out of there. They will not be an issue for 2023-24 because they will be paid through a once-a-year payment, and they would be paid before that September 30th date. But those will be an issue for 2024-25. Then out of ESSER 3, which is PRC 181, those funds expire September 30th, 2024, which is fiscal year 25. We are paying for a network infrastructure license out of there, and that one will also be an issue for 24-25. There is no reoccurring funds in PRC 184 that would impact 2024-25, but those do end September 30th, 2024. So the total funding cliff for 24-25 would be $211,500. Next, we'll go over the budget development. So we have had the Moore County Schools Budget Committee on January 17th, and we did a follow-up committee meeting on January 26th. We are having our budget board work session today, and then we start having our Moore County Schools Board 2x2 meetings starting February 20th and going through the 21st. We have our Moore County School Superintendent's proposed budget on March the 6th, our County Commissioner's budget work session in March. The public comments on the superintendent's proposed budget would be March 13th, a revised superintendent's proposed budget on April 10th, and then Moore County Schools will adopt a budget, the Board of Education's budget on April 17th, and then we will have our budget presentation to the county commissioners on April 18th. When we are building the budget, we want to start with our continuation budget. So we want to, our budget planning should start with that continuation budget, wanting to remain as is and provide those same level of services to students and staff for the next year. At the same time, we want to look for efficiencies and reductions. And then items to consider in a continuation budget is student changes for Moore County schools and charter schools. The same dollar, using the same dollar per pupil is funded this year. Our utility rate projection impacts, inflationary cost impact on non-salary purchases, salary and benefit impact on current staff. And this will provide the basis of what is needed at a minimum for operations to continue the same as the current year. So then we'll start talking about the expansion budget. And this is the area where the board, district, would have their additional priorities list. Making sure items are provided with realistic costs. And is the item a one-time expense or reoccurring budget item? What is the staffing impact? Is there an increase in staff? How many? The cost, etc. And then we have our county budget request. And we'll have our continuation budget requirements, that minimum request, where we do include all public school students in the county, more counties as well as the charter schools. And we use our best estimates for salary, benefits, and other fixed cost increases. Then we have our expansion budget request, and we must always be considerate of the county's funding ability. But also remember, it is important for us to ask for what the district actually needs too. And then contingencies, if the state or federal funding is projected to decrease, how will we handle that? And we must always be willing to accept less funds if the continuation needs to go the other way.
I just quickly say a quick word about this slide. It's got some great feedback from the committee and our senior team around how to articulate some of the challenges with public school budgeting. Things kind of work backwards sometimes in a way you think they would on the timing when our state budget is passed, which could be, we've had state budgets passed as late as November into the next fiscal year. And so there's some things that we operate under in projecting our needs, that sometimes we don't get information we need to actually accurately project it until after you've approved your budget. So there are some challenges with it, so Tina's gonna quickly work through some of those, challenges when we get some projections and when actual information may come in.
So, so the county funding amount, we typically project that in May. And then we do not actually know when it is until, well, we will know the actual date that we know when we will receive, how much we will receive will be by June 30th. For charter school enrollment numbers, the projection's in February, but it's usually September before we actually know. And then will there be state raises, benefit increases, or state funding levels? Will there be state cuts or increases? We're projecting those in February, the month we're in now, but it may be July to November before we actually know, and anywhere in between. I've seen it as late as November, I've seen it as early as July, so we just never know. And then projections for students, and so will we need additional teachers? Will we need to reduce teachers? We're projecting it again in February. But we really don't know until October, and that's when the state comes along and does their highest, they call it best one of two, but it's the higher of the first or second month average daily membership. And then if that changes at least, if our average daily membership changes from the projections by at least 2% or 100 students, then they will make adjustments to our allotments, the allotments they give us. So there is a lot of challenges with our budgeting. And then talking about our budget projections, just a reminder, and we've shown this slide earlier, but this is just a reminder about those, the fund balance appropriated of the $1,739,500. And it was appropriated this year, and it is a reoccurring cost. So just want to keep that in mind. And then charter school projected increases. So for fiscal year 23, our growth estimate is about 51 students, but our 5-year growth average has been 128 students per year, and that's an average. So we went somewhere sort of in the middle, tried to go conservative still. We went with 110 with the anticipated cost of $2,400 per student, and then the projected cost being $265,000, which is just rounded up to the nearest thousand. And this is a slide just to show a potential impact, an estimated impact of our vacancies. Just a couple of notes about this slide. Exceptional children positions are not included in these numbers, and that is because we must maintain our maintenance of effort. So we have to pay whatever you pay in 1 year for our exceptional children positions in state or local. You must maintain that same level of funding effort as you did in prior years. So we cannot, even though those vacancies may occur, we still have to keep the funding level the same in those areas. And for bus drivers, the monitors, you will not see monitors included on here because those are covered with EC funds. Our bus drivers, we have 13.72 vacancies as of the time that I did the slide. And we cannot count any savings or cost from those because our bus is paid from State 56, and we do not have any locally paid bus drivers that we could actually use some of that money for. So custodians, we do have 5 positions there. The savings from those vacancies are about $226,590. We have extra duties that are ongoing to cover those vacancies. And then that cost is about $185,110. Our net savings from those 5 positions is about $41,500. So teachers, we have about 41.25 as of the time I did this slide. That equates to about almost 2.8 million. And then we do have costs associated with substitutes and creative HR to cover those positions. And the net savings from that would be about 1.6 million. Teacher assistants, we have about 5.79 positions. The savings would be 288,000, but then we do have teacher coverage and creative HR that costs around 249,000, creating a $39,000 savings potentially. And then our estimated savings for 22-23, if these same numbers stay the same, would be 3.3 million, with an estimated cost of 1.6 million, and then our savings would be estimated at almost 1.7 million. And just keep in mind that this is estimated, projected one-time savings from vacancies. This could change at any time if we hire more or if we have more vacancies, but it is at 1.7 million, and we do continue efforts to fill these positions this year and for next.
And I just want to tip my hat to Tina for putting together this slide. This has been a question we've gotten from our public and from the community. You know, what happens with all those vacancies? You've got all these vacancies, what happens with it? What kind of money, how do you use that money, et cetera? And so this puts together a good snapshot of the savings you anticipate from that, and then how we're having to spend some of those savings to keep operations moving. A caution is that this is accurate at the day Tina ran it. It changes from day to day based on hiring someone, et cetera. And another caution is that we are actively seeking to fill these positions. So as you fill them, the savings go down. And these are positions that, you know, we would like to see filled into the next year. So you have to think about that. This savings may not be there the next year. But I think this number, if you remember that number, 1.678 million, will connect well when Tina's talking about estimated fund balance overall in the next item on the agenda when we're looking at the budget amendment for the first quarter. So I just want to tip my hat to Tina and appreciate her putting this together. And this may play into what you as a board, and I recommend to you as a board potentially in next year's budget, or how we utilize these savings in combination of what we might ask our Board of Commissioners. So appreciate Tina's work on this.
And if I could dovetail on that, and since I'm the chair, I guess I can. This is very, and again, I requested this because lots of confusion about this in the past, and people ask valid questions. And to Dr. Locklear's point, this shows a couple things. One is this shows this isn't all the savings. Obviously, there's some other open positions, but these are the big wave top ones. It also shows that just because you save $1 in salary doesn't mean that that drops to the bottom line. You know, you have to have somebody do something to make up for it. But the delta there is 1.6 million. And I do want to make this point in addition to what Dr. Locklear said, is that has always existed to some extent. You know, obviously because of the Great Resignation across the country, it might, you know, it's higher than it has been in the past. But a lot of what's popped up at the end of the year, you know, the public's perceived, oh, there must be this slush fund or this or that. But, you know, at the end of the year, there's always this, oh, look at all this extra money we have. How are we going to spend it? Well, a lot of that money, not all of it, but some of that money was savings from salaries, but it was never articulated like that. You know, what should have happened is in the budget execution, it should have been identified, you know, quarterly or whatever. Here's our savings. You know, here's our projected, here's our execution. We got this much savings. It drops down to fund balance, and then we make a conscious decision on how we're going to spend it. There were some shortcuts made in the past. I'm quite sure that if we track the money, that's actually how it flowed, as it was savings from salary. It kind of went down to fund balance, but it wasn't presented as that. So this slide right here, to Dr. Locklear's point, this clears up a lot of misperception from the public and board members. And this we'll start seeing in out years in the budget execution piece.
And this is a projection of our fixed cost increases for fiscal year '24. Fixed costs associated with projected state increases in salaries, retirement, and health insurance contribution rates total $910,000. And this is how it breaks down. Our certified staff that are locally paid, we're calculating them getting a step increase and a 2.5% increase. And again, that's just an estimate, the 2.5%. It may come in lower from the state, or it may come in higher. I think one year they told us in February it was 2%, and actually coming at 4%. So This is our best estimate at this point, though. That total and there's an increase, we've calculated a 1% additional increase in retirement and an additional $300 per person in health insurance. That total would be $348,000. Our classified staff that are locally paid would get a step increase plus a 2.5% increase, and that total would be $271,000. And then our classified staff that are state paid, the state will pick up the 2.5% increase, but what the state will not pick up is the step increase, because for classified employees, they give us a minimum and a maximum. They do not fully flesh out the entire pay scale like we do. And there are many districts like us, and there's many districts that do not have one like us. So they only will give the percentage increase. So we would have to pick up that step increase, which would be $196,000. And then the vacancies are, the cost for vacancies would be 2.5% for our local paid, would total $95,000. Our local supplement step increase for certified staff, which is our teachers, our
Tina, if
assistant.
I could just interject real quick. This is something Tina inserted into our projections, the vacancies and projecting on vacancies, because these are positions we'd like to hire in the next year. So you do have to look at them and project out the impact if we had them on our payroll. How much would that impact our recurring budget needs into the next year? So just wanted to clarify that, say it in a little different way. Thank you, Tina. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I forgot we did add that since the last time we've met. The local supplement step increase for certified staff, the teachers, assistant principals, and principals, it's $100,000. The all other projected fixed cost increases, such as utilities, insurance covers, the supplies, materials, and repairs, fuel and equipment, we estimated a 5% inflation over what we have paid in 21-22, and that came out to be $290,000. And then our projected charter school growth based on that 5-year average is $265,000. And then the 2022-23 fund balance appropriated for reoccurring cost is $1,739,500 for a total fixed cost of $3,304,500.
Which, with an overall budget of, local budget of what, 33 million? So just to be clear to everyone, that's the impact on our locally funded portion.
Yes, sir.
So that's about a 10% increase of the locally,
Correct. We
local
got
portion.
34 and a half.
8%.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes,
No,
sir. We
yeah.
got 34.5 million local funding this year, which was a significant increase over the previous year, which we're very grateful for. But this would be our initial projections on that local need, the 3.3 million. And again, that's incorporating the 1.7 that the board assigned fund balance are from this year, which carries into the next year.
Yeah, so another way to view that is if you take out the fact that we intentionally overextended ourselves this fiscal year to cover the classified staff, then what we would be asking for would be a 5% increase. But since we overextended ourselves, since we took from the piggy bank last time, we're asking for 10%. But really, had we not taken from the piggy bank, we would be asking a 5% increase, which is in line with inflation. That's actually our inflation projection right there.
And so our next steps in this process, we wanted to, again, give you this foundational information, help talk a little bit about the impact of those required cost increases that we have in our budget from year to year, and give you an initial projection today. And so where do we go from here as Tina and I prepare for the superintendent's recommended budget to you at the next board meeting, is hearing your feedback on, one, do we just go with a continuation budget, that budget that covers our fixed cost needs of taking care of our people so they can take care of our kids? Or do we also want to look at some board priority items that you would want us to look at and price out, and also discuss some priorities that we as a staff, that I as superintendent would like to discuss with you and potentially recommend to the board. And so that's a question that I need some feedback from you on. As you start to reflect on this information you've received today, think about questions that you have, and think about items or priorities you'd like us to take a look at as we continue to move this budget and recommended budget forward. And other things to think about is what is our approach when I recommend a budget to you, what approach do I recommend? Do I recommend a budget that uses some fund balance, that uses some savings that we're anticipating from our budget this year? Do we just advocate for additional funding, as Mr. Hensley noted, that 10% increase? Or do I recommend some type of combination of both? Of utilizing our savings that we're seeing this year, although we'd like not to see them, because we'd like to have those people in our schools serving our kids. Do I recommend some kind of combined approach that lessens the additional money we're asking from our commissioners? So, and then I had up there, because this is a continuing point of conversation amongst the board, that perhaps we can have some conversation with our commissioners and county manager in the future around a funding formula, whether it's what Mr. Hensley discussed earlier around per pupil, or whether it's some other approach. But these are the things that I just want you to think about, want you to reflect on, and I appreciate your feedback as we move forward and we finalize my recommendation to you. We've got a great opportunity for that, or 2x2s coming up in a couple weeks. But if there's anything in between that time you want to reach out to me, just talk through questions, want to sit down, have a chat, whatever it might be, just let me know. Really appreciate your input and your thoughts, and thank you, Tina, for your work putting this together. Mr. Hensley, I don't know if there's anything else you want to share.
Discussions and comments or questions from anyone? Philip, Pauline?
No, I just want to thank Tina. I thought that was outstanding.
I have some observations and some comments during my committee report that will expound on some of this, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great information. Okay. So the next agenda item we'll move on to agenda item.
Pending action and discussion. Yes,
Right,
sir.
6A, amended fiscal year 2022-23 budget for the first quarter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hensley. This is an item that was brought in front of the board last month, and it was referred back to the Budget and Audit Committee. We did talk about it in our meetings in January with the Budget and Audit Committee. Before Ms. Edmonds reminds the board about this budget amendment process, essentially, this is a process that we bring in front of the board each quarter. Any allotment revisions we receive from the state, or any revenue changes that we receive, for the board to see those changes and then to endorse those into your budget. But Mr. Hensley, I don't know if there's anything you want to share out from the discussions from the committee before I turn it back over to Ms. Evans.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Tina, if you would just give us another overview of what this is, and per the board's request, Mr. Levy's request, and we also discussed this in Budget Committee, we also have a projection based on where we currently are, or where we project our fund balance to be over that $2 million floor at the end of the year. So Tina can share that out as well as part of this. So, Tina?
So I would like to present our Moore County Schools amended 22-23 budget resolution. For the first quarter, the totals are by fund, as well as the net increase, decrease since the last resolution, and they do go through allotment revision 25. For state public school funds, we would have $94,313,951 is the budget, which is an increase of $1,165,356. Our local current fund is at $36,719,500. There's no net change. Federal programs, $28,664,640, which is an increase of $134,298.43. Our local capital fund is at $3,029,276, no change. School nutrition fund at $8,594,000, no change. And our local operations fund is at $8,719,696.64, which is an increase of $5,218,688.64 due to the appropriation of fund balance to the individual programs for transparency. Do we want to go into the,
Does the board want to go look at the information, supporting information again? Any questions right off the bat from Ms. Edmonds?
Any comments, questions? My comment remains the same, as if we're forecasting a savings from the unspent monies on salaries, then that should drop down to projected fund balance, because if we're gonna project things, then we should project that as available fund balance. That's my only observation.
And I think you'll see that in the updated report that Tina has to share. If you open that up, Charlie, I think that would be helpful for the board to see.
I didn't see it, or I must have overlooked it.
It's the next attachment, Charlie. Don't know if you pulled it up. That's all right. It's amended budget resolution. If you go back to the executive summary, Charlie. There you go. Should be the third thing, updated fund balance. There you go. All right, Tina, you want to walk us through that?
Okay. Our fund balance, our local fund balance, is at $4,118,225.97. Our assigned fund balance, what the board appropriated, is $1,739,500. Our projected unused assigned fund balance is $1,604,381.69. And our projected unassigned fund balance would be $3,983,107.66. With our fund balance floor being $2 million, we have a projected unassigned fund balance above the $2 million floor at $1,983,107.66. Our projected revenues, and this is what is different from last time, our projected revenues through June 30th is $34,990,496.60. Our projected expenses through June 30th are $35,125,614.91. So our projected fund balance use at this time is $135,118.31. And that's what creates the projected unused assigned fund balance.
And this would be part of the discussions for the board when you're approving your budget, if you want to use any of these funds in the next year's fiscal year, or if there was another use you wanted to use this for. But this is, Tina's done some great work on really getting into the details of projected revenues versus expenses and trying to monitor where our projected fund balance would come in. Of course, this is accurate to the time she ran the report, but she's going to continue to be doing this, and we'll be updating the board either through the board update or through our quarterly budget amendments. So you'll have this information really on a monthly basis. Open to any questions you may have.
I like it.
Yeah, so really, this illustrates it dropping down to fund balance.
Right.
And then it's a deliberate process from there.
Yep.
That's really good.
Okay. Questions, comments?
This amendment does come with my recommendation for the board to approve.
Okay.
Ready for the next item, Mr. Henson? Mr. Chair?
Yes, we shall move on to item B, the 6B endorsement to gather public comment for the 24-25 proposed school calendars.
That's correct. We have two.
We
Share
do
with the
have
board and the
two.
public. Mike?
Yeah, let me just reinforce that this is for 24, 25, not next year, but the year after. I want to make sure the public recognizes that. The calendar for next year is already on our website and already posted. So this is for the year after next. And Regulation 5031R requires us to put together a calendar committee who develop tentative calendars. The board had asked us to do two calendars, one with a traditional calendar and one that is an early start calendar. Ms. Faw led that process with the calendar committee. We have two calendars that are attached here. We certainly can go through them if you like, but we're asking for your endorsement to put these calendars out on our website through a portal so that they can be reviewed by the community and provide us feedback. We would bring them back to you in April with a recommendation and provide all the feedback that the community has provided as well. If you'd like, Mr. Hensley, I'll be happy to kind of go through the calendars if you'd like me to do that.
Please.
Charlie, if you can pull up the traditional one for me to start, please, I would appreciate it.
And Mike, that's per current North Carolina calendar law.
This is per calendar law, yes. This one would meet the requirements of calendar law. And as you can see, the first day of school would be on August 26th. A couple of different changes in this that the calendar committee recommended. You notice an early release day in October on the 31st. I think there were some elementary parents on that because they were interested in Halloween being an early release day on a Thursday. So we'll see how the public
That's
feels
interesting.
about that when we put it out for comment. Election Day in November on the 5th, Veterans Day on the 11th. The end of the semester, again, this is the traditional calendar, would be, the semester change happens on January 17th. That would be the last day of the first semester. We did line up, the calendar committee did line up an early spring break, you'll see in March, the 10th through the 14th. That aligns with the community college. That was their reason behind doing that. So to compensate for that, we did add a little extra time around Good Friday in April. Thank you, Charlie, for scrolling down. The end in this, of the school year on the traditional calendar would be the 13th, actually the 11th of June. Graduations would be on the 13th and the 14th of June would be when graduations are. It's a 180-day calendar. 1,068 hours. We're required to have 1,025, and so it gives us about 7 days of time built in there if we get into snow, weather, hurricanes, anything to that nature. So we would be in good shape there with this traditional calendar. That's one of the two. Charlie brings up the second one. We can give you what a look at an early start calendar would be if we were permitted to do such. So it's an early start. The first day would be August 7th. August 7th would be the first day. Again, an early release on Halloween. And then Veterans Day in November, as well as Election Day in November on the 5th. The end of the first semester, is December 19th. And as you know, we've had many conversations and feedback from the public with their desire to be able to end the first semester prior to the December holiday. This calendar would allow us to do that if we are allowed to put this calendar into effect. Second semester would begin in January on the 7th for students. We again have an early spring break in March to coincide with the community college. So this calendar really lines up to the community college in many ways, very positive. A little bit of a break around Good Friday in April, and the last day for students would be May 23rd. Graduations would be the 23rd and the 24th, and graduations would be for the Memorial holiday. And again, allows for the semester before the December break. It has 180 days in as well, same as the traditional calendar, 1,068 hours, required to have 1,025, so again, we'd have about 7 days, a little over 7 days built in to be able to play with if we got into a situation with weather. And so we ask your permission to put this out, both calendars out, for feedback from the community. We would do that for a month and then get that feedback and bring it to you in April.
Will that come with a clear explanation for them so they know why there are two?
I'll work
Yep.
with the communications department. Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. We will be as clear as we possibly can.
As parents might not be aware that there's things going on the state level that are
Exactly.
causing us to need two of them. And might even encourage them to reach out to our state level and make some recommendations themselves.
Thank you for that feedback. Charlie and I will make it as clear as we possibly can.
Yes, thank you.
Stacy, from a teacher's perspective, do you have any observations?
Well, I was just looking at the Halloween thing. I would, as a teacher, I would want Friday off.
There was that discussion as well.
Because I know how they get after that. Yeah, but no, I just, the spring break, I like, I mean, I see that it's early to match, but I do like that you give a break in April, because that would be such a long
Yeah.
month for the children and for the teachers, so.
And I think that helps families, as they said in the calendar today.
Yes.
That travel.
Yep.
Over that weekend. It gives a little time to do
Yep.
that and is responsive to that desire.
So the early release in October, that was just for Halloween?
That's
Is that-
mainly for Halloween. In
It's-
case you get another
I was
answer
gonna
to
say
that.
that we had talked about an early release because it is so close to the end of the first quarter. And so what it does is it gives a half day for teachers to be able to finalize their grading, get their grades turned in, make comments, and prepare for those conferences. Originally, we scheduled it on a Friday. The discussion was had between the 31st or the 1st about where, but there was always the design to have the early release there.
I figured they'd like Fridays better.
There was a very heated
Friday-
debate. and they
Friday's
were-
normally what we would do.
Yes, and they
Yeah.
were very adamant that Halloween is a hard day, and it would be a good day to, if you're gonna have an early release, that would be a good day to have.
We'll see
Philip,
what
do you
the
and
public
Pauline have any observations or questions?
Oh, I thought it was great.
Um,
And I think if that's what the teachers want on Halloween,
Well, there is a issue with early pickups on Halloween at the elementary level.
Oh, there
So we
is.
lose a lot of students early on that particular day, parents pick them up and what have you. So it does compensate for that too, a little bit. I think that's part of the
That was
thinking.
part of the discussion.
okay.
Trick or treat these days pretty much is over by the time it gets dark. I mean,
It's
everyone's
true.
so worried
Yeah.
about safety that,
Yeah.
you know, it's
5
over.
o'clock,
but
it's
yeah,
pretty much
yeah.
done.
Ken, do you have any?
No, I think this is a good approach.
Is this the conforming one or the non-conforming one?
This is the early start one, I think.
Okay, if we can go to the non-conforming, I just have a couple observations.
Non-conforming or
I would like the conforming one, the one that conforms to state law, yes, I misspoke. So I've had a lot of people reach out to me and say, and they pointed out, hey, gosh, we sure do get a lot of, there sure are a lot of holidays between Thanksgiving and Christmas, so I just want to point things out to the public. So what they didn't go through, and it's on the agenda, I'm not gonna read something out loud, but there's a summary of the state requirements. You know, have to have 185 days of instruction, have to have 9 teacher work days, 2 work days where teachers can take accumulated leave, have to have 10 annual vacation days, so there's a lot of legal requirements that people can read, interested people can read at their own time. But if you could scroll up there, sir, please. I'd like to see January. Here's my takeaway, and I didn't, I had this input from the public, hey, how about compressing the Christmas holiday and the Thanksgiving holiday, but it's not possible. Direct everyone's attention to January. Dr. Metcalf said the fall semester doesn't end until January 17th. That's a full 10 days. If you took away every day off in Thanksgiving and in November and December, except actual Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Day, you would just make that up. You would literally have to give up every holiday in in November, December, except Christmas and Thanksgiving Day in order for the semester to end before the end of the year, but then you have no holidays.
Yes.
You have 2-3 days right there at the beginning of January. So, for all 26 people in the public who are listening, part of this, and this is overlooked, is, it's all about student mental health and suicide prevention. Because North Carolina stands alone in having their public school fall semester carry over the Christmas break. And every other state in the country, I think, there might be an exception, but every state I know of in the country, plus every school in North Carolina that's not bound by this statute, our universities, our community colleges, and our private schools, they all end their semester before the Christmas break. Why? It's for the students' mental health. Students, they do their fall break, they take their final exam, they do their term papers, they set their pencil down, they drop their pack, and they go and they enjoy the holidays. They decompress, they hang out with their family, they have quality time. But what this law forces our students to do is they have the stress, and they have to worry about final exams, they have to worry about term papers at a time where they shouldn't be worried about all that. They should be worried about, decompressing, whether they realize that's what they're doing or not. They should be decompressing and spending quality time with their families, and then come back in January ready to tackle another semester. And that is why we're doing this proposed second schedule, to show the public what it should be like conforming to the North Carolina laws. Now, if people want to argue to, decrease instructional days or whatnot, that's a different issue. But given the parameters of the law, this is the only option we have. Is, you have students carrying that stress and pressure over the holidays when they shouldn't have it, or you have a non-conforming schedule. That's it. Those are the only two choices.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Kate. And would note to Ms. Davis's comments that I believe our local delegation is introducing a law that would give us additional flexibility, as school boards would have additional flexibility with the school calendar. So certainly appreciate your support of that and our public support of that and advocation, because I think all school boards across the state of North Carolina would like to see this flexibility. So,
This,
thank you.
and just to put it in historical context, and I may be off a year or so, but this school calendar law changed in 2012, about a decade ago, and it's been this way ever since. And since 2012, every year since 2012, Representative Bowles, our representative, has introduced in the North Carolina House, a bill to change the calendar law, and it's passed in the House. And Senator McGinnis has introduced a bill in the Senate every year to get this fixed, and the president of the Senate kills that bill every single year. So it's introduced by a representative in the House with many co-sponsors. It passes in the House. Our senator introduces it in the Senate, and it's killed by the president of the Senate at the behest of the travel and tourism industry, who, by the way, sent us a strongly worded memo for the fact that we are standing up for parents and we are standing up for students. So the tourism and travel industry sends us a strongly worded memo, telling us how bad and egregious we are because we're interested in the academic and mental health of our students instead of renting cottages out on the Outer Banks, which is not a concern of this board. That's someone else's concern. The concern of this board is the education, mental health, and suicide prevention of our students.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should we go to the next item?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You got fired up.
Yeah, fired up.
Fired up.
Okay, we will move on to item 6C, 2023-24 high school course guide.
Yes, sir, and this is somewhat of a routine matter that we bring to the board each year. It's updates to our high school course guide. We're required and always bring those changes to the board for your endorsement. I have a few classes that are being added this year. And Mike, I'll let you and the team, the dream team over there, take it away.
Best team in the state, that's exactly correct, Dr. Locklear. Yes, we look at the high school course guide annually, look to see if there's courses we need to add or take out. I did think it was wise briefly if Donna can kind of describe the course selection process so there's understanding of how this all works once the guide's put out.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Good afternoon. This is always an exciting time and a very busy time for our high school kids because this is moving them into registration. So our 8th graders, our 9th graders and 10th graders and 11th graders will be registering for their upcoming courses to complete their pathways. The course guide in around 2018 was put online. So Charlie provided you guys with a link down there at the bottom that does take you to a very dynamic course guide, and we're very proud of this. Back in the day, we were on paper, and kids walked around with a book this thick of all the course selections. This is our Moore County Schools High School Course Guide. It's organized by area and discipline, and the purpose of this is so that students and families can, at home, click on links and evaluate and look over courses that their student may take. Our guidance counselors, and I just have to give a huge shout out to them, they will be, our guidance counselors sit down with kids and they do mapping out of what courses they need to take and what courses do they need in order to have their completers with CTE classes or different opportunities between Sand Hills and AP. So this guidebook is a pivotal part of our high school kids' career as they go through and make course selections. We're also very proud of the fact that within these course guides, we do have some new courses that are added, but I want to always say that courses, even though they're offered in this guide, they may not make, because it is about what are the needs of the students and the interest of the students. So I'm going to give an example of one you see Pinecrest offering to bring back, which is the AP European. We offered that maybe 10 years ago, and it just sort of, the content of that, they were like, well, that's not a course that we want to choose to take. So that moved away for a while, and we brought in AP Comparative Government, which is now, we're seeing the decline there, so we're bringing back the AP European based on student information and based on conversations with the teachers and the counselors having those conversations with students. We're very excited with that first one that you see there. It is hot off the press. This will be a brand new course where we'll be sending a math teacher from each of our locations to get trained. So Advanced Placement is now offering Advanced Placement Pre-Calculus. We have, of course, the AP European that we're asking to be added. And again, if we don't have enough students, that course would not make, but we did want it in the guide to have as an offering for some of our students. We, again, are also offering at Pinecrest High School the Teacher Cadet. We know that that's a course we offered many years ago, and we want to see if there's renewed interest in that as the high school kids get the opportunity to work in classrooms. And then we have several that are of the CTE, and again, Lisa works very carefully with community and the schools to see what is in the best interest of our students. So the courses that you see added, which are the sales, the Law and Justice 1 and 2, and the Sustainable Agriculture Product 1 and 2. Those are requests from the schools as they see the needs of their students. Law and Justice, Pinecrest High School was very excited about the opportunity to provide that. So again, these are all offerings that if enough students sign up, then those courses will make so that we can offer that. And we have a wide variety. I am very proud of our guide and all of the offerings we provide to our students. Our students have a lot, not only between what's in the course guide, but our Sand Hills Community College Partnership, and very proud of our strong AP offerings at all of our high schools. So these are our new courses. Lisa's here in case you had questions about some of the CTE, but these are the new courses we were asking to be added to our high school course guide.
Anything else, Mike?
No, just no classes being removed and no additional costs involved. It's not gonna cost to bring in new teachers, other than the training which we've planned for.
And that is paid through with our AP partnership. We are in a AP partnership grant, and they pay for teachers to go to training in the summer, and teachers get a stipend.
So this comes with my recommendation of approval from the board.
Just out of curiosity, what grade is pre-calculus taken in?
Could be 10th, could be 11th. It depends on if that student did Math 1 at the high school, at the 8th grade level, then they might go into 9th grade and take Math 2 and Math 3, and then as a 10th grader be ready for AP pre-calculus. Could be 11th grade. So it just depends on that discussion, those counselors discussing with that kid of what is your best path, and we do have some kids that do double up in math for Math 2 and Math 3.
And then do we offer AP calculus?
Yes, sir, we offer AP Calculus AB, and very proud that we offer AP Calculus BC.
Awesome. So they can tell us what happens as enrollment in a course approaches zero.
So, what happens when
That was
there's
a
no...
I'm sorry, that was a calculus joke, but
Oh.
I'll say my calculus jokes.
That definitely went
not-
over.
Yeah, yes, they can model what happens as enrollment approaches zero.
I was like,
That's
wait a
kind of
minute.
what calculus does.
The English major here was sitting
Yeah,
going...
I'm sorry.
I didn't like those math
Okay,
classes.
no more calculus jokes.
Yeah,
Okay, any questions or calculus jokes?
no, yeah.
No, I like it. Everything looks good.
No, this is good. I mean, we like to see this, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Lisa.
Know your audience.
Okay, so now that I figured out that hosting this meeting, we will move on to agenda item 6, Delta. device refresh for Area 1 and Area 2 secondary teachers.
Mike?
Yes, sir. This is a part of our digital sustainability plan and much-needed device refresh for our secondary teachers in Area 1 and Area 2. Lisa's here to add any comment or answer any questions about the funding piece of this, and Kent will lead us through the process here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Dr. Locklear, Chair Hensley. This is a proposal for a purchase of devices for our Area 1 and 2, 6th through 12th grade teachers. They are due for the refresh in this school year. We had originally were going to propose a lease purchase for this, but funding commitments that we originally had not anticipated receiving of $160,500 and $1.3 million from the Emergency Connectivity Fund have now opened the opportunity to just purchase these devices outright and save us $34,036 in lease costs.
So that was a grant that we applied for, correct?
That is correct. That was correct. That was window 3 of the FCC Emergency Connectivity Funds. The initial calculations that had been made where they were looking at the funding cutoffs, we didn't anticipate getting those funds, but other districts, other counties that didn't use that money basically replenished the available funds, and then we made the cutoff. And then, as you can see in the board packet, the actual funding commitment letters from the FCC that says you are approved to request this fund.
Great. So that's additional leverage that we now have to be able to just purchase these outright.
That is correct.
Okay. Anything else you want to share, Kent, or is that?
No, I mean, it also, this helps us in our overall digital learning sustainability because we've been able to do these purchases with the emergency connectivity funds. It's going to help us with the fiscal cliff of the things that we had on the ESSER funding. So it's presenting other opportunities for funding as well.
Thank you. Anything else, Mike? Sure. Any questions from the board?
Any questions? Questions? I do have a couple quick questions. So I'm unclear, what's the total amount for the teacher devices?
Oh, the ECF funding is capped at $400 per device. So that's
Okay.
why it's not the entire amount of the cost of the teacher devices. It's 400, and the initial request was for 375 devices back when we made the funding request. It's increased to 400 as we've looked at how teaching positions have changed. You know, Pinecrest, for instance, got a lot, well, Pinecrest isn't part of this, but as an example, additional teaching positions, looking at the actual certified positions that need the refresh, it adds up to 400 rather than 375.
And
But we will get the 160,000 from ECF to cover a portion of this fund.
And how much are the devices each?
The 1,100 and, I think the quote is here. I don't want to misquote the exact dollar figure.
And they're Levo Windows laptops, while you're looking that up? Windows laptops?
It's a Windows, yeah, it's a Windows laptop.
It's like
a quality-
$13.19 per-
Yeah, it's a high-quality device, and we get these like with the student devices with 4 years of accidental damage protection. You know, teachers don't treat them as badly as students, but still, it's good to have a full warranty and coverage for the entire life cycle of the device.
And what's the average life? What's the average life of the devices they're replacing, would you guess?
4 to 5 years. What we're finding is that this group was actually due to refresh earlier in this school year, but we've been keeping things just barely running as these the different funding opportunities work themselves out, so.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Just to answer your question, Mr. It's $13.19 per device.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. I think we all want our teachers to have good laptops. If these were first and second grade devices, I think you might have a discussion with the board, but these are teacher devices. I think there's zero controversy on that, so.
Thank you.
I do have an item I need to speak with Mr. Eklund about, so why don't we take a quick break and reconvene at 2:30? Like in 4 minutes.
Do we need to?
Just a quick rest. Board of Education is back in session. The next agenda item is item 6E is in Echo, out-of-state field trips.
And I'll turn it right over to Ms. Tracy Metcalf to give a quick summary of 3 trips we have for your approval next week.
Good afternoon, Dr. Locklear, Chair Hensley. We have 3 groups going out. Pinecrest High School, the speech and debate team is requesting travel to Boston to compete in the Harvard National Invitational with the other high schools. They'll also be doing a little history and walk around while they do that. Union Pines, the Advanced Placement Human Geography class, is taking a trip to Swoop, Virginia. They have a unit in their AP curriculum on agriculture and rural land use patterns and processes, and so they're going to complete that unit while they're there. And then the NJROTC at Union Pines High School is requesting to travel to Norfolk, Virginia for naval ships, aircraft, and the Navy. So they'll visit some ships and talk about careers and other opportunities through the Navy.
Thank you, Ms. Metcalf. Any questions, Mr. Hensley, from the board?
It's pretty straightforward.
No, I'm good.
Okay, no, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just moving right along. The next agenda item is determining what's gonna be our agenda for for next week. So I have the first 2 items. I have action because I think some board members may want to discuss them. I don't think there'll be necessarily any debate, but the first 2 item action, and then the last 3 items are consent. Does anybody see that differently?
What about C? What'd you say about C?
I'm sorry, C, D, and E are all consent.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and again, anyone, if something's on the consent agenda, any single board member can have that removed from the consent agenda up until the moment that the agenda is approved on the day of the meeting. Okay. Very good. We will move on to item 7, reports, information, and discussion, part 2.
Thank you, Chair Hensley. The first item there is you recall that in December, the board did vote and direct staff, me as superintendent and our staff, to come up with a plan to reinstate recognizing our valedictorian and salutatorian and a process for that, or a rubric for that. The board also at that time directed us to develop a process for recognizing our top CTE student at each high school as well. Led by Dr. Metcalf, we put together what we like to call a fire team around that work. And so the staff went together along with folks from our schools to develop a process, and want to update the board on the plan that's been put together to move this forward. So, Mike?
You did a good job introducing that. Yes, we did have a fire team. Ms. Fall and Ms. Dr. Scott led that team. We had principals a part of that, counselors a part of that, and intelligent group of people. And they've come up with 2 plans, which we're going to share with the board.
So in terms of the Val and Sal, we would go with the student with the highest weighted GPA at the end of the student's high school career would be the Val or Sal. In the case of a tie, for either one of those positions, the student's numerical grade average will be calculated. So GPA is based off of a 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, based on a letter grade comparison. But an A is an A. So an A is a 4.0 no matter what letter it is. So what we would do is, in the case of a tie, we would take the numerical grade. So if a student got a 98, we would calculate the average of their numeric grades for all of their high school credits that they completed well in high school. In the case that there is still a tie after that, then it would be the student with the highest ACT composite score. If after those 2 levels of tiebreakers have been gone through, then in the extremely rare event that there would still be a tie, then there would be multiple Val or Sals named depending on the ones that had the matching criteria. So that's the Val and Sal.
That would be extremely rare that we would get down to that level.
Extremely rare. If there was a tie and you did the numeric average, it would be rare that there would still be a tie after that. And then in addition to that, also having an exact same composite ACT score would be exceptionally rare. So it would be extremely, extremely rare that you would get down to a point of it being a tie.
Can I ask, are you ever going to weigh like the subjects that they took? the easier subjects compared to the AP?
So that is already done in the initial round, so the
Oh, it
highest
is.
weighted GPA.
Got it.
So honors classes are a 4.5, college classes and AP classes are a 1.0 additional
Okay.
GPA. So the initial round includes the weight, and then after that, we would do just an average of
Okay,
the numeric
thank
grades.
you.
So I have a question on the valedictorians and salutatorians, and I appreciate the work on this. So what about, there were two other conditions when we talked about this several months ago. One was that they would be given an opportunity to speak at commencement, and then recognition plaques, both at their home high school and here at the central office, to be alongside, you know, the principal of the year
Yes,
and
sir.
the, whatever else we have out here.
Mhm.
So is that part of the,
Yes, sir. That's all part of the discussion. So they would have the chance to speak at the commencement, and we will be working on plaques moving forward. Yes, sir.
okay, so let me, so valedictorians and salutatorians will be given an opportunity to speak at commencement.
Yes, sir.
Our principals have confirmed that, and yes, that's part of our regulation, just like the honoring of the military that we do.
Right,
We
right.
made that part of regulation, same here.
So that, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, so valedictorians and salutatorians, that will be if,
That was,
at the
that's board
student's option.
directive, and so it
Right.
is what we would do, and the
Okay.
plaques as well.
Right, okay, and then obviously that's subject, you know, there's regulations on, I assume that their speech is reviewed for appropriateness and whatnot. And then, I do have a bit of a catty comment though, so how did this go from being an extremely rare event in 2023? If I set the clock back 4 or 5 years ago, it would be almost impossible to discern between valedictorians and salutatorians.
We didn't go down to a third level in that period of time. We were still looking at Val Sal with just based on the weighted GPA. It's very possible that we will have ties
right,
at
sure.
the weighted GPA, but by adding several other levels, including the
tiebreakers,
ACTs,
yeah.
that creates a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
That was discussed back then. The board decided not to move in that direction.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I think that a tiebreak, I think as long as it's objective, tiebreakers are appropriate, so. Okay, very good.
And CTE.
There we go. All right, so the team in looking at CTE felt there were many factors that would contribute to finding that well-rounded top CTE student. So we came up with a rubric which looked at several factors. One being the score for their work keys of the highest level of gold and platinum, taking into consideration the number of CTE courses that they took in high school, the number of CTE completers, in other words, they finished a level 1 and 2 would be considered a completer course, so the number of completers they may have had. The number of career and technical student organization positions that they had as a leader, whether that be a president or a vice president, secretary, treasurer. And then also the number of career and technical student organization memberships they may have had. They may be in FFA, but they may also be in DECA, or they could also be in the health organization. They could be in multiple student organizations, so giving them credit for all of the ones that they were a part of.
Sure.
Based on that, the team felt that that would come up with our top CTE student. If we have a tie, then we are gonna look at the highest unweighted GPA based on the CTE courses, since this is a CTE recognition.
Yep. How do you feel about this?
I think it's a new way to look and recognize the hard work of our students. We have many students who complete several pathways, earn several credentials. So there's lots of factors that come into that, and it's just as hard as that child that's trying to achieve that Val and Sal recognition, working hard in those higher level courses. These are just as important for our students.
So are you aware of any other school districts in the state that recognize their top CTE graduates on
Not
par with?
currently, no, sir.
Okay, good. Questions, comments?
Great job.
So I have just two quick comments. One, Mr. Benway, you know, this is groundbreaking, and I think it's important that, you know, our mission, you know, our mission statement or vision or whatever, you know, whether you're going to college, whether you're entering the skilled workforce or in the military, we honor them all. You know, we view those all as equally honorable professions and pathways. So I think it's great that we're actually doing what we say, and we're honoring them equally at graduation. And the only thing I would say, Ken, is, this how to honor CTE graduates is kind of groundbreaking. So, your committee will do this year, and then you can reassess it and then continue to, see if it needs to be refined.
Sure, it's good fodder for public affairs too. Get it out there on the street.
Yep. Because, we are practicing what we preach. We're not just saying that we honor them equally, we are honoring them equally. And then hopefully there's some plaque, some permanent plaque to go along with the top CTE graduates, along with the Valsal's.
That is
Both here in the office and at the school.
That's what my question was gonna be, exactly how will we be recognizing them? I guess that's maybe what your committee is gonna be,
That's part of it.
partner. Okay.
Well, okay, to that point, Shannon, to be clear, so at graduation, the valedictorians and salutatorians will be given an opportunity to make somewhat short remarks. We'll do what we've done with military people, previous graduates. If they're going into a service academy or enlisting, then they get recognized, and ROTC scholarships as well, right?
I think
Yes.
that's right.
And then the CTE top graduate will be recognized some way, right?
Will certainly
At
be noted in the
commencement.
program. to
At
start with.
commencement, as part of the commencement, right?
Yes.
So those three things will happen as part of the commencement exercises. Good, I'm excited.
Thank you,
Dr.
ladies.
Locklear, do you have any
Thank
views on
you.
this?
Well, I think Lisa hit the nail on the head there. I think this is a way to honor and recognize and celebrate some students that are working hard, that are doing great things, are gonna go on and do great things. And so, certainly we commend the board for pushing us this way, and I look forward to celebrating our kids in June.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item is item 7B, first semester student discipline update.
Thank you,
And
Chair
here
Hanson.
and here comes the chief.
Timing is perfect. Timing is perfect.
Well, we do have Chief Hardy, who's joined us, Chief of our Police Department, Ms. Tracy Metcalf, Director of Student Support Services, back with us, and Mike staying with us. Can't get rid of Mike. He's just staying with us through the meeting. But
I'll go if you want me to, boss.
our Chief Officer. But we are giving an update, as we did back in December, coming back with an overall semester update with some data from our first semester student discipline incidents and criminal incidents, some data around that. Quick review of our student code of conduct and applicable codes that have to do with relevant rules that we're updating today around fighting and assault, violent instances, and talking about some of the work we're doing moving forward. But one of the core values of this school board that I fully support, and we as a staff fully support, is our schools will be safe, orderly, disciplined, and caring environments. And that's critical for learning to occur. And so something that we've talked about with our principals all year long is reestablishing the structures and the expectations that we had prior to the COVID pandemic, and that got us a little loose for obvious reasons, but we're focused on reestablishing that and maintaining a safe, orderly, caring school environment. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mike. I'm sure the board will have questions throughout, and it'll be a good discussion and update.
Absolutely, Mike. I'll confirm that Dr. Locklear has been very specific and strong on bringing that pendulum back. And that conversation happens twice a month when we meet with our staff, with our principals, with our assistant principals, bring that pendulum back and ensure that we're applying appropriate discipline for any actions that are not appropriate at the school level. Did want to spend a minute before I hand it over to Tracy and to the Chief Hardy to talk about the actual statistics, just to remind the board of the student conduct. We have 5 levels. That first level is the non-suspension violations, unless, of course, there's extenuating circumstances or the behaviors repeat themselves. These are the low-level things such as dress code, and plagiarism, and some of the lower-level non-suspension violations. Level 2 is more serious. That could require short-term suspension, 1 to 5 days or up to 10 days. That would be bullying, harassment, some disruptive behavior would hit the level 2. Level 3 is much more severe than that. That's up to the 10 days, long-term, possible recommendation for long-term. things such as assault. And then there are 2 additional levels. Level 4, which is the very severe firearm, automatic 365-day suspension, long-term. And level 5, which really doesn't have any separate rules, but any of the other actions, if there's extenuating circumstances, can lead up to a level 5, which would be expulsion. So I just wanted to kind of hit those. We've added a couple of new things today that Tracy's going to talk about and provide some data. One of them is about bus behavior. I know there's been some conversations. I've been working closely with Ms. Purvis, and I know she's going to be speaking with you. And so we did want to add bus behavior. We hadn't added that the last time. We thought we would add that to be very transparent, but I want to be clear about that. Tracy can add some comments to this too. You know, this is a rule on level 1 is bus infractions, but remember, if there's a fight on a bus, doesn't matter where the fight occurs, whether it's in the bus or in the school, it's going to be coded as fighting. And so that would require a higher level of consequence than you might just find in a level 1 bus suspension. I do think, and we've had some conversation around this, that we need to make sure that we're coding bus infractions the same way from school to school. So we're having some conversation about that. So when you look at the data, and Tracy shares that, you may see some inconsistencies there that we're working on, because that's been highlighted. Mr. Hensley.
Thank you. So we're going to discuss this a little bit. I was expecting to address this when Ms. Purvis spoke, but this, in my opinion, this needs to be ratcheted up, and Mr. Holmes' committee will be looking at this, because the issue with bus behavior, whether it's a fight or anything that distracts the bus driver could potentially cause an accident and be fatal to everybody on that bus. So student code of conduct on buses is extraordinarily important, and it needs to be ratcheted up for many reasons. The main one is safety.
Agree completely.
So, yes, I'm sure Ms. Phillips' board committee will be looking at this, but this needs to be ratcheted up, and we'll talk more about that.
Agree completely. I'm going to hand it over to Tracy, but we did want to show you the data today, which we hadn't before.
Great.
And there may be some other data points that we'll be sharing as well. Tracy?
All right, and just a, control.
Oh, no.
All right. We wanted to talk to you. We wanted to talk to you about the assaults, fighting, and aggressive behavior, which are the ones that you looked at in the fall of this year, so we could update you on those. Just a quick reminder on fighting and physical aggression or provocation, that is rolled into 1 in the Student Code of Conduct, and it's physical aggression toward others and can involve a variety of things. We can also give a consequence to a student who instigates those incidents. Assault on a student really comes down more to it is an attempt or an actual incident where a student causes serious bodily injury, whether that is an actual cause of harm or whether it is the intent to cause harm. Okay? That we have that assaults on students, on school personnel and other adults, and then assaults involving weapons. So just that you note that those are from the Code of Conduct. Yes, sir.
I missed it. If you'll go back to number 4 where it said students may use force in self-defense only, how will that be determined? Because if you have,
So normally what we tell a student, right, is that if you cannot, if your only way of getting out of the situation is to fight your way out and there is no adult present, right, then the principal can say that that is self-defense. But if I'm in the middle of the room and there's a teacher 2 steps from me, but I engage in the fight, that's not self-defense.
yeah, I know. I think I'm more concerned if somebody's not present. You see what I'm saying? So if 2 kids are in a fight, one was the aggressor, one was not, how can you prove or show, okay, yeah, this was self-defense?
So normally it's whether or not they can walk away to find another individual. And so that's a case-by-case basis. You have to look at that, depends on where it happened and how it happened.
And I would add that then it becomes using self-defense at the level you needed to get out of the situation as quickly as you can. And so that's an investigatory piece and and a judgment call on the administrator when they investigate.
Which leads me to another point as far as investigative matters. I think we need to clearly define the working relationship between administrators and law enforcement. We have school police, and it has seemed before that they're passing the buck. It's either the SRO, no, actually, everything's been passed to the administrator, so the SRO has been discouraged from interfering with anything like that, yeah.
So Chief and I have actually had conversations about this and reinforcing what that relationship is. We have new principals and that kind of thing, but I think it's important to understand that it is two separate prongs, and the administration works with the police officer to keep safety in the school. So it is fully the responsibility of an SRO to help maintain that safe culture. Okay? But in terms of a school level consequence, that's the administration.
Correct. I think, well, I saw at a school, it was a flagrant violation, and I mean, I addressed it with the SRO, and he said, no, that's an administrative issue, I can't touch it. So I think that's what we need to work towards, is finding a happy married medium between the two.
Certainly.
And that's why you're the perfect committee chair for the Safety and Discipline Committee, so
Can I
we get that stood up.
backtrack just a second on something Dr. Locklear said? And our children, are they given expectations on how to handle those kinds of conflicts? Like what is acceptable for self-defense? And I mean, how often is that being?
So every time they initially teach the expectation,
Mhm.
or when they review. Often we have to review those, say, at the semester,
Okay.
after everybody's been home for a while.
Sure.
Remember, here are
Okay.
the expectations.
All right, okay. Go ahead, thank
That
you.
can be done in a variety of ways from, I call them schoolhouse chats. When I was a principal, I used to have schoolhouse chats at the beginning of the year to, it could be with the principal, administration, it can also be with your team teachers at the middle school level. It can be, you know, with a variety of counselors, you name it. There's a variety of ways to remind our kids of the expectations and teach them.
And it's
what
not
those
just
are.
for the students that might have had an issue, it's like the class in general?
Yes.
Gets- Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
All right, so this first chart is the comparison of 21-22, 22-23 school year by quarter, semester, and year. Just note that the plus sign and number is the difference between the school year. So for example, under quarter one, 22-23, there were 183 more office discipline referrals than there were in quarter one of 21-22. All right, and so we've just highlighted those. Some things to note, the increase in office referrals, but based on the offenses, which we'll look at in just a minute, they're for similar reasons. There's an increase in in-school suspension, that's the ISS. Now note that that includes full and partial day, because there are times where an incident happens midday and an administrator will place a student in-school suspension for the remainder of the day. There are times, depending on what the incident is, that the administrator will say assign them ISS for 3 days, okay?
I would like to point out, even though that the referrals are going up, it is a good thing to show the public that, hey, we're taking this seriously and we are addressing that. And hopefully it'll go down in the coming years, so I like that.
Again, there's some increase in out-of-school suspension, but the percentage really remains about the same. It's about 1%. And then the decrease in bus suspensions is really based on second quarter numbers, but note that it's only a 3% decrease in the overall assigned actions. So the number looks big, but last year about 3% at this time, it's only about 3% difference.
And this is where my office.
Wait, I'm sorry, can we go back one? I think you may have misspoke. It's been a 10% increase in.
Yes,
Not
I'm sorry,
10%.
meaning that that it still only represents the 3%.
Oh, I was talking back the comment before for the out-of-school suspensions, a 10% increase.
Oh, yes, I was talking about the suspensions, I apologize.
Okay.
I may have gone too fast.
Well, that's my second question. Any reason why the bus suspensions actually went down, why out-of-school suspensions went up?
Well, part of it is depending on what happened on the bus. those students may have been suspended out of school,
School,
and you don't do out of school and bus suspension. So if those were more serious incidents, you would have had more out-of-school suspensions, which wouldn't be reflected in the bus suspension.
Yeah, the only reason the other three categories increased to roughly 10% or 20%, whereas the bus incidents decreased, 33%.
Could also be that we have less students riding the buses
Right,
this
right,
year
right.
because of
Yeah, no, it
transportation
interacts,
issues.
I understand, okay, fair enough, thank you.
This is the consequences comparison between last year, first quarter, and, semester, and this year, first semester. Second chance program, last year we had 43 students go through and attend, and this year there was 50 referred to the second chance program. In teen court, we referred to 9 last year, and we're at 10 this year. And then referrals to DJJ, last year we were at 10, and this year we're at 11. Remember that we did change the way that we were handling threats of mass destruction and violence. That those do not go to anything diversionary. They go straight to the Department of Juvenile Justice.
So what is the process to refer? First of all, what's the difference between teen court and juvenile justice? And what's the process and length of time it takes to refer to both?
Teen court is manned or managed by Mark Burdette, who works with the Department of Juvenile Justice. This is a diversion process to keep them from getting into DJJ in the courtroom. What this is the teen court concept is where students of their similar ages make up the court. Every officer in the court, involved in the court, from the judge, the defense attorney, to the prosecutor, to the jurors, and then they hear the case that is presented to them. And then a court of their peers, the students, decide what the outcome could be. Part of the outcome could be life skills classes. Part of the outcome could be community service through their program. And so that's the way that program is managed.
So, and again, so what's the length of time and the level of effort, and who refers people to this?
The SROs refer people to the teen court program, and we also communicate that with the parents because the parents have to agree to it.
Is the teen court ran by students who typically would be taking law courses, AP law courses and things like that, or is it
It
open
is,
to?
they rotate, so
Mhm.
in other words, if you're in the teen court,
Mm-hmm.
then you get adjudicated, you finish your adjudication sentence, then you will in turn fill vacant positions on the court, so it continuously rolls. So as part of their process, it could be that they're sitting on jury duty or something like that.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes, you have your work cut out for you, because this needs to be ratcheted up significantly. Next slide, please.
So what we'd like to do now is share with you some of the detailed data. These are first semester discipline offenses. And what I've done here is to look at the most common offenses in 21-22 versus 22-23 as both a total number and as a percentage of the total referrals written. So the most common offense, for example, in both years was aggressive behavior with physical contact. It accounted for 14% of all referrals in 21-22, 13% of all referrals in 22-23. Just a quick note, vaping and inappropriate behavior had the biggest increase of 3%. Skipping had the biggest decrease at -3%. There was an increase in communicating threats, although it's still, the number went up, it's still only 3% of the total referrals. Yes, sir.
I was wondering, why couldn't that be classified under aggressive behavior?
Why couldn't what be classified under?
Communicating threats?
It's a separate incident. So I suppose that there are ways that if you were instigating something, it might be considered aggressive behavior. And this one, it is written specifically as the student is communicating a threat to another person, either in writing or in vocally.
I think we got a behavior problem. Aggressive, inappropriate, and disruptive.
All right,
I believe we have a behavior problem because we have a history of not being adequate consequences for violence and behavior. And that is one of the reasons why I'm anxious to get the Safety and Discipline Committee stood up, and let's change our metrics and let's get serious about this.
And I would say that, you know, that it is probably, there is probably a twofold thing. I think you're right. I think that consequences in general need to be relooked at and the severity of those. And I think we're also seeing increased severity of behavior in the classroom that we haven't necessarily seen as much of in the past.
Right. There are many things that culminated into where we're at, and I won't go through them. I've gone through them with most people individually, but, you know, we are where we are, and it needs to be addressed.
Absolutely.
For the safety of our faculty, staff, and students.
Absolutely.
If nothing else.
So this chart is on assaults and consequences. The chart breaks down the number of incidences coded as assault and the consequences given by the school. Just a reminder that assault is different from fighting and aggressive behavior in that it involves the action of inflicting or intending to inflict serious physical harm to another person. There is, you know, of note, and I'm sorry, it is a little up there, there's a corresponding increase in the number of assaults and the assignment of out-of-school suspension, in-school suspension, or bus suspension. The increase occurred mostly in middle school. Elementary and high school has remained relatively consistent. In middle school, where there are bus suspensions given as a consequences, just note that these might also be paired with an ISS. So it might have been an infraction where the student is removed from the general population in ISS, but also suspended off the bus. Questions?
Let's just leave this here for just a second.
Sure.
You know, it's all in how you define, it's all in how you define an assault versus a fight. And, you know, some videos may have been made in the spring semester, but I am quite sure I have seen more videos out of Cranes Creek that I would classify as assaults. And I think I've seen more reports, like discipline reports, that I would classify as assaults just out of Cranes Creek that I see reflected up there.
And they is saying too that there was only 4 OSS, no ISS. And I don't know how that is.
Well, that would mean that those students who engaged in the fighting were given out-of-school suspension and not in-school suspension. So they were put out of school.
So there was no ISS
So
at
a
all.
student who got into, the students who were fighting, assault. So the students who committed assault at Cranes Creek Middle, those 3, were given out-of-school suspension. That was the consequence. There was no option for in-school suspension.
And the real discovery here, if you will, is always the story behind the numbers, right? Is what's the information and context behind the number? And of course, there's always opportunity to take that dive, but that's a real discovery here.
Yeah, and two of them that are on top of my mind, I'm just thinking of Cranes Creek. 2 of them actually happened in January, so they would not be reflected in the fall numbers. I mean, just 2 of the videos that I've seen, so, okay, fair enough. And I would direct everyone's attention, I think, and that's what Ms. Metcalf was trying to do. If you look at the total down there, you know, the total has grown. You know, I was looking at the individual schools, but if you look at the previous slide, Charlie, please. If you look, you know, it's grown significantly for the total, right there, 25 verse 15. Okay, yep, that proves the anecdotal evidence that we saw of the increase.
So the next chart is on fighting. If you look at those totals, Charlie, can you go just a bit? You'll see that the total number of fighting incidents overall actually went down, but there was an increase in the number of OSS assigned and ISS assigned. a decrease in bus suspensions, but again, that may be that those students were given out-of-school suspension instead of bus suspension. Just gonna give you a minute to sort of take a look, because there's a lot of numbers.
What kind of a punishment is ISS?
So in,
Do the kids really think that that's a punishment?
so in-school suspension,
Mhm.
students are removed from their peers.
Right.
During that time, the ISS coordinator works with them on why the behavior happened, how they can approach that differently, and skills that help them to resolve conflict, whatever it was that caused them to get into ISS. I would say that the majority of ISS programs, students don't want to be separated from their peers. So,
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, but I've also heard that kids play on their phone, watching videos on their phone. I'm just telling you what I hear.
right, and so I would say that most ISS programs, that does not happen. The ones that it may have happened in the past, we have worked with them and does not happen now.
Good, okay.
I have one other observation on this table, if I could. One thing we have to do is we have to make sure that everything's being equally reported, right? I mean, that's a major concern. And I would point out, if you look at, let's look at the middle schools. You have Cranes Creek, which has 18 and 14. I'm just going fighting incidents, right? 18 and 14. You have Southern Middle School that has 16 and 13. But if you look at their feeder schools, it's interesting because Aberdeen Elementary had 18 and 11, and that feeds into Southern Middle School. That kind of, that jibes, right?
So 8 and 11, yes.
Right. But then you go to Southern Pines Elementary School, which feeds into Cranes Creek, and it has almost no fights. And you look at Carthage Elementary, and it has, Cameron, where's Cameron? Cameron has no fights, like literally none. So that tells me that somebody's not reporting fights.
And so that is why we actually added the next chart, which is aggressive behavior. And so that does get a little bit murky there as to whether you're coding it as fighting or aggressive behavior. And often in the elementary schools, we find more aggressive behavior codes than we find fighting codes.
Okay,
And
so
that's
we'll look at the
something
next
we're
one.
working on in terms of how do we really look at, how are we going to define what a fight is, and that's going in educator handbook as a fight versus an aggressive behavior.
I would think when contact was made, that was an assault. The other's aggressive behavior, you know, if you're gonna
So-
argue.
Assault being with the intention to cause major bodily harm, whereas aggressive behavior is we're in an argument and I get upset and I push you. That's aggressive behavior with physical contact. Aggressive behavior, you and I get into an argument and we have verbal words and we're about to go down, but somebody stops us, it could be aggressive behavior without physical contact.
Well, I'd put it to you like, if you get aggressive towards me and you put hands on me, that's an assault.
So according to law enforcement,
I was gonna
yes,
say,
that is an
that's
assault.
sustained, yeah.
And that's the difference between school consequences versus police consequences.
Well, I'm
No.
talking about reporting, not so much whose action.
But if
how
you're
it's
reporting
reported.
it, then according to the code of conduct, we would report that as aggressive behavior with physical contact.
And that's our own Moore County Schools Code of Conduct.
It is.
So we need to review that ourselves and make adjustments, and we need to set the guidelines for what we consider to be
But I think we
aggressive.
have to be very careful,
Okay,
because I really think that it depends on the situation. And when you're talking about 2 third graders versus 2 7th graders versus 2 12th graders, that can look very different.
sure,
And
no,
so
I
if we set
understand.
that thing that says, okay, cut and dried, if it's this, we're gonna catch a lot of incidences that may be, and I come from the perspective of a middle school principal.
Right.
Where it's kids that got into a heated argument and it went too far.
Right.
It wasn't truly assault, they didn't intend to hurt each other, but there's still a school consequence. So for aggressive behavior, you can still receive out-of-school suspension, or in-school suspension, or bus suspension.
I think maybe an answer would be to do, probably, I'm guessing, to do a separate code of conduct on the elementary schools. Because just like Ms. Metcalf was saying, is.
It'll take more time than today, obviously.
Yeah.
But
And one of the
If-
things that we are looking at is that vertical alignment.
Right.
Is how does it look different in each of these grade spans?
Sure, but the long term that I'm looking at is, as an adult, a lot of those things that you just said that play a part in how we're gonna handle it, if you're sitting in front of the judge, they don't accept those excuses. So if we keep giving the children the excuses to begin with, are we setting them up for that's a big, I mean, it's gonna take a lot of work and
Yeah.
effort to go into, but if.
And absolutely, we also, one of the things we're trying to do at the same time is change behavior.
Mhm.
So we don't want to look at a third or fourth grader and decide, this is it. You
Oh, yeah, no,
can't
of
learn,
course
not.
you
Yeah,
can't
no.
learn better skills, you can't
Yeah.
learn conflict resolution, you can't learn those things. So
Yeah.
that is a tricky balance
Mhm.
sometimes.
It is.
Right?
That's why I
And
was
a
saying-
student gets the consequence. If you fight, you're out of school. But at the same time, what are we doing to help that student learn how to manage conflict
Right,
in
that
a
goes
more
back to the
proactive,
question I asked
productive
Dr.
way?
Locklear earlier about how are we teaching our children to handle these situations before they get into them? Anyway,
Yeah, and
much
there's no way-
broader than today, but,
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I was just gonna note that there's no way to, certainly we wanna look at our code, have these conversations in the discipline committee. I'm sure there's things we can do to revise that and ramp some things up. But what I would also, there's always gonna be that element of good professional judgment as the school administrator of the
Sure,
situation.
absolutely.
Looking at the context, doing a good investigation, and making the best judgment you can based on the facts you have in front of you. So that's always kinda gonna be in the mix, no matter what the code may say or didn't say.
I think one of my concerns is how it's being reported.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, who
Mhm.
wants to have a school that has a whole lot of fights being reported? And I think that's kind of a hurdle that we need to overcome.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that we've discussed and we've tried to create an environment where it's no longer, to the extent that it ever existed, where discipline reports are not a badge of shame on that school. It's actually, they're identifying and fixing things rather than looked as a negative, and that might be a change of culture and perception. I'm not sure, but Mr. Benway?
Yeah, I'll just bring another perspective to this possibly. I'm kind of an old infantryman. I always reinforce success and never reinforce failure. Is it possible that good order and discipline is easier to maintain at an elementary school level? And if so, why?
I would certainly say that based on the grade span, it was a different way of dealing with students. I think elementary school students are more eager to learn and more compliant than a middle school student or a high
Yeah.
school student. I think a lot of that plays into the skills that students bring to the table in terms of their own ability to take care of frustration, to deal with anger, to deal with conflict. So I think all of those things could come into play.
So as we look at the handoff
Ken,
from elementary school into middle school, there ought to be a reinforcement there that carries that right through into the next echelon. So it's a thought,
And that vertical alignment is one that we've worked on in the past, but have put and plan to put an even bigger focus on is what is that difference for a sixth grader who was a fifth grader last year or an eighth grader going to the ninth grade? How do we ensure that there's consistency among and that they understand what those new expectations are?
Okay, good.
So, and Ken,
Yeah,
I would
you need
add,
your
oh, I'm sorry.
microphone.
What?
You need
Your
your
microphone
microphone.
is way over there. You migrated.
Yeah, you did.
So I would add, and that was the point that I was subtly trying to make earlier, is we've had discussions about sixth graders don't just wake up one morning and go, oh, I'm at Cranes Creek. I think it's okay for me to get into fights and drag people around by their hair and be disrespectful for teachers. That is learned and tolerated behavior. Right, so that was learned and tolerated somewhere, and it may not have been learned in Moore County schools, but it was certainly, based upon this, the fact that there's almost no fighting incidents in Aberdeen Elementary. We'll see aggressive behavior, you teed that up, but just based upon this chart, it looks like fighting is tolerated at Aberdeen Elementary because there certainly isn't punishment for it. And those students didn't just go to Cranes Creek and wake up the first day of sixth grade and decide it was okay to drag each other around by their hair across the back of seat buses.
I would say though that,
Bus seats.
fighting, 11 incidents is they're going home and they're going to ISS or they're going to OSS, or a combination of the two, or they're getting, so the consequence is there, right?
Right.
We also need to pair that with the behavior intervention of how do we teach them a different way of dealing with those
look,
things, yeah.
But the fact that there's not even reported fights, you know, you could get, Southern Pines Elementary, you haven't even really gotten to the consequences. Compare Southern Pines Elementary to Aberdeen Elementary and the middle schools that they feed into. And the middle schools they feed into, just based upon this chart, have roughly the same number of fights. But the two different feeder elementary schools have very, very different fighting referrals.
And it's a great place for conversation among elementary schools, right? What are we coding as fighting? What are we
Right.
seeing as a fight? And, because that could very well be that Mr. Poole has said, we're not putting up with this. This is a fight, here's the consequence.
I think the school
Right.
board said that now, so it's no longer up to the principals. The school board has said that, and our strategic plan has said that. So it's no longer up to individual principals. That ship has sailed. That was like last year. Going forward, we have said it's not gonna be tolerated at all. And one thing that we mean, and I think Mr. Holmes' committee will reflect this, if we're gonna say we have a zero tolerance policy, that is a zero tolerance policy. A zero tolerance policy used to mean zero tolerance, but somewhere along the line, a zero tolerance meant, well, it's kind of encouraged. I mean, it's not quite that far, but, you know, zero tolerance long ago stopped meaning zero tolerance, whether it's drugs or violence. So we just need to get back around to zero tolerance means zero tolerance.
Yeah, if I could just quickly add, you know, as I began this share out, the expectation from me as superintendent on down through our schools is that we're not gonna tolerate behavior that disrupts the learning environment, that we have to have a safe, orderly, and disciplined and caring environment. And certainly a key piece of that is after the student receives a consequence for that behavior, if they're still in school, that we're working with that student to help teach them how not to make that same mistake again. So they can be a successful student and they can move on through our school district and be well prepared for the next step. So that's an expectation and something we're continuing to work on. And I think it's some good conversation we can have, looking at our code of conduct, looking at what we might tweak, what we might revise or ramp up. So
This chart was added this year. So the chart breaks down the number of incidences coded as aggressive behavior. That includes aggressive behavior with physical contact, aggressive behavior without physical contact, and aggressive behavior against staff. So if you look at the grand total overall numbers, there was a decrease in aggressive behavior, but an increase in the assignment of OSS or ISS. One thing that just struck me and I thought was very interesting, there's a significant decrease in high school, but a significant increase in middle school for aggressive behavior. In elementary school, there was a decrease, and their OSS, ISS remained about the same.
It's kind of a sad commentary on where we're at as a society, but it's up to us as a school district to deal with it and adjust accordingly. I mean, there is zero doubt that there's a huge societal component to this, and that is sad and tragic, but, you know, it's our job to, you know, deal with it. And that's been a role of public schools since public schools have been around, is to identify and overcome and fix societal challenges, I think, is one of our roles in addition to education.
Can you give me some examples of aggressive behavior? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that.
So aggressive behavior is coded with, is in the same category as fighting in the code of conduct. So if you look at that definition, it can be hitting, slapping, spitting.
Aggressive behavior, hitting, assault.
So if you go into the actual definition of it, just want to make sure I give you all of it. Students shall not engage in fighting or physical aggression toward others, including but not limited to hitting, choking, slapping, shoving, scratching, spitting, biting, blocking the passage of, or throwing objects at another person in an aggressive or confrontational manner, or taking any action or making comments or writing messages that might reasonably be expected to result in a fight or physical aggression.
I think most of the ones that you read qualify as some type of an assault more than aggressive behavior. That's my opinion. But
Okay.
You can go back to PowerPoint, Charlie. That last slide. Whoop. So, the work continues, and the work will continue. I know that we do have, plans for the committee that, which Mr. Holmes is leading, and look forward to those conversations, some further conversations to continue. But we have taken some additional actions to try to address student discipline. Again, as we said at the beginning, we monthly discuss with our principals and our assistant principals when we bring them in. We're reestablishing the expectations and how, and processes and procedures for managing behavior, making sure we're applying appropriate disciplinary consequences from the school level. As Chief Hardy mentioned before, just plain and simple, any threat of mass violence, refer to the Department of Juvenile Justice. We're working hard to offer more spots within the Community Learning Center. One of our great challenges is that program has been full, and so that limits on the number of places we have to put students who are consistently causing some issues at schools. And so we've increased the number of spots. We've also added a 6th grade option going into the school year, and last year we only had the program for 7 through 12. We've seen a real increase in 6th graders, as Tracy mentioned, at the middle school, and so we've opened up some ability to be able to accommodate those students at the Community Learning Center as well. Just more opportunities for students to be able to participate in their program. Working with Ms. Purvis, appreciate her leadership in transportation, over transportation, really trying to formalize our referral process for bus discipline, ensuring that we have a process in which the driver can let the assistant principal know the problem that was occurred on the bus, and the driver gets feedback on what that consequence was that the school gave. There is a loop there that maybe hasn't been really consistent with not all of our drivers either understanding, getting the information, or recognizing that the school may or may not have been dealing with it. So trying to increase that loop. So that's happened very fast. Ms. Purvis has put together the referral form. We have a process in place with our APs. We meet with them next week. We'll readjust that, reaffirm that, but we've already had that conversation with our principals. They're all bought in on making sure that loop is there. We're looking at,
So, Mike, before you move on,
Yeah.
was that feedback loop always supposed to be there?
Yes.
And that's in place for all Moore County, so if a
Yeah.
Moore County school employee, team member makes a discipline complaint, they're supposed to get a report back as to something happened or what happened?
For teachers and staff, they get that through the educator's handbook. They'd be able to see what the consequence is from. But for bus drivers, because they're not on the internet, don't have that access, it has to be more of a hand process, if that makes sense. So written, they write out, this, Mr. Ben Wade did this in the back of the bus, and
Of course he did.
it gets turned in to me as the administrator, and I would write what the consequence is going to be and give that back to the driver so that they know that Mr. Benway's been properly disciplined for the bus. But that loop has not been consistent, and that's something that Ms. Purvis has really adjusted or
And-
addressed.
And I,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Ms. Bruno, I'm sorry.
Okay, I attended the transportation, the bus drivers, and that was their biggest complaint, that they felt like nobody was listening to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad
Right.
that that is being addressed.
I can certainly understand how they would feel that if they were not getting any feedback.
They weren't.
And that's very frustrating,
And
and
that
so I
was
can
their,
understand that
that's
completely.
all they talked about, that's all they complained about.
That's,
So that's really important.
I'm very encouraged with that.
I am
there.
too.
I mean, I think it's great of Dr. and Mrs. Metcalf and Ms. Purvis. I think
Yeah,
that's
great
really good.
job.
And one other piece Jenny will hit on, Ms. Purvis will hit on her presentation, is adding an additional 30 minutes per week for our school bus drivers to be able to walk inside, access a computer, check email. There may be some communication they're missing through the email process from administration. So we're adding some additional time for them to be able to get access to that, among other business duties that they'll need to take care of, whether it's accessing their information, et cetera. We want to make sure we're giving them time to do that. So that's one change Ms. Purvis is going to update you on as well, so.
another piece of work that we're working on is bus monitors. That's a real challenge for us. We can't use transportation funds to pay for bus monitors. You pay for drivers, but you can't pay for bus monitors. That creates a barrier. It's one of these barriers that we have to overcome. So that means we need to find other funding sources to be able to do that. Schools could, for example, use Restart money. We have Aberdeen Elementary, for example, is a Restart school, and they could use their Restart money if they thought that was a reasonable use for it to pay for monitors, to ride buses, to ensure that students get back and forth in a safe manner. But we're investigating what options and availability there is for an increasing of bus monitors. Couple other things, we have used some Restart funds for Dean of Students at several schools. We have 4 Dean of Students now across the district in areas where we've got some concerns to provide some additional support. That's something that we've added. That really is about being proactive rather than reactive. A Dean of Student would be different than an assistant principal in that they don't have the administrative responsibilities, evaluations, that kind of thing that an assistant principal would have. They have more time to get involved, not processing referral forms, not just managing the flow of discipline, but being proactive, getting the communities, meeting with the families, trying to do some of these trainings of students on proper behavior before it becomes an issue. So we have 4 of those deans of students that we've added using different funds to make that happen. And just an update on not that that applies here necessarily, but the safety assessment, the on-target team that has gone to every school to assess the safety of the schools. They are completing their report. We'll be bringing that back to the board shortly. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that too. The work continues. I look forward to the committee work and learning from each other.
Thank you all. Chair Hensley.
Thank you. The next agenda item is an operations update from Ms. Purvis. While Ms. Purvis is getting set up, just a couple comments on the last thing is we did implement some informal discipline, not policies, but we discussed ratcheting up the discipline a bit, and there's some informal policies into place. And once Mr. Holmes gets his committee up and running, the real way to affect change in this is updating the disciplinary matrix and the handbook and whatnot. And in addition to fighting, obviously there's bus behavior and other things. So that's going to be key to long-term fixing this, so we can codify what we do informally. Okay, so the next agenda item, Ms. Purvis, it is all yours.
All right, good
So-
afternoon, everyone.
Oh,
Sorry,
Go ahead,
I'm
Jenny, you
sorry.
got it. Roll
Dr.
with it.
Locklear, it's all yours.
Jenny will do a great job of updating, but it's, just so the board knows, this is an overall operations update of all of our operations teams. Jenny's been with us now for a little over a month officially in the role. Fortunate to have her leading as Executive Officer of Operations. And this is a great timing for this update. We also had some board members that requested some updates around these items. So, Ms. Purvis, take it over.
All right, thank you, Dr. Locklear. Let me see if I can make this work for us. Here we go. Just wanted to give you a little update on my first month as new Executive Officer for Operations. I began the month meeting with all of our directors of each department individually, just to kind of assess where that department was, what they felt like the strengths were, the weaknesses, and where we needed to go. I continue to meet with our operations team directors on a weekly basis to support them in those areas that they felt like we needed growth in, and to think about ways that we can make changes where they're needed. I did have a meeting with our entire operations department, in other words, transportation, maintenance, all of our employees. We had them all here in the conference room, gathered everyone together, just to kind of give an overview of what we want to see moving forward in terms of just teamwork, everyone working together, bringing good ideas to the forefront. Wanted to make sure everyone knew that we've got a lot of expertise in all of our groups, and so they need to be sharing good ideas with us of how to make things better, concerns if there are things that we need to look at. So just had a meeting with everyone on that. I held a meeting with just our bus garage employees, just taking a look at what we needed to do there to ensure that we have some forward motion in what needs to happen with getting our buses repaired and our garage in order. I've been visiting individual sites and meeting with each school principal just to take a look at the building level of how, you know, the questions for them is, you know, how is operations working for you? I know as a principal, operations was important because that meant my day going smoothly and focusing on students or focusing on other things that were not students. So just asking them, how can each of our departments within operations support you? What's going well? What can we do better? Getting some feedback there. I've worked with Ms. Tina Edmonds of our finance office, Lisa Scott from Federal Programs, and Connie Zhang from Counting Finance, just to kind of get aware and abreast of everything regarding budget so that I can try to start wrapping my hands around that. We did get a process organized for our volunteers who were willing to come into our schools and work. They started at Robbins Elementary, haven't quite finished at Robbins Elementary, but are on the road there to finishing, and then they're moving on to West End Elementary and Elise next. So that process is in place. And then, of course, we had our first construction and facilities committee meeting, and I participated in that. I thought that went well. So,
Who's in that committee, by the way?
construction facilities.
That is myself,
Oh, is that-
Stacy, and Mr. Benway.
Okay.
And all board members are welcome to come and sit in on it. I mean, Shannon availed herself of that for a couple of
One
meetings.
other thing, just from talking to transportation workers and maintenance workers, it seems like they're like on the bottom of the totem pole, and they feel like their voice isn't being heard. And I would encourage other ways to see about getting more representation from them to be able to communicate, because sometimes maybe a worker doesn't have a very good working relationship with their supervisor, and I think they need to have better representation.
Great. And I agree, we want everyone to feel like they're heard and that they have a voice, because, you know, everyone has something to
It's a
contribute.
first bullet.
Wow!
So I want to take a look at each of our departments individually. First of all, just identifying some issues that we have in transportation. I'm sure you're aware of these, but just to be transparent, as I came in the door, one of the biggest issues that I found was poor communication. You know, there's a lot of times that we can't immediately fix a problem for a parent or a family or a principal, but just communicating and acknowledging that there is a problem, letting folks know that we are working towards a solution and what we're doing, that communication goes a long way. And a lot of times people are frustrated because they don't understand the information that's leading up to a decision or the lack thereof. So just increasing the communication all around in that transportation department needs to happen, and we're working on system and process to make sure that that does happen, that people get a response in a timely manner, and that they certainly do get a response instead of just no response. Department efficiency, in other words, you know, what's happening every day? To what level is that happening, and are we being efficient with our processes? I did find out that figured out we have outdated mapping. Our TIM system is what we use to route our buses. And if you take a look at that mapping system, it hasn't been updated in 5 years. You know the growth that our county has seen in the last 5 years. So there are many roads, housing developments that are not on that map. And so when we are tasked to route, if we're using that TIM system and it's outdated, there's a lot of that has to be done manually and can't be done quickly because of that system. So I did just sign a contract today for someone to work with our GIS department and get a map overlay exported, and then for them to draw in our most recent developments and update those maps from the last 5 years. That'll go a long way in helping us be efficient. So that should happen within the next 30 days. She's, the lady that's contracted to do that said we could have that in 30 days. Within that TIM system, we also found that we had incorrect information. And so when, just to give you an example, if we have 4 buses at a school and a bus goes down, we lose a driver, and we need to put those students on 3 buses, we need to know how many seats are empty on each of those 3 buses. If we have 40 students here and that bus just went down, can we divide those out between these 3 buses or not? And when we were looking in the TIM system, sometimes it would say, we've got 90 kids on the bus. Well, we know we don't have that many kids because we can't hold that many kids. So the information was inaccurate in TIMS in terms of the head count and the bus numbers. So what we did was requested from each school by student name, by bus, the ridership. And so our assistant principals and principals helped us get that information back from bus drivers so that we can get TIMS updated and that we know the ridership correctly in each bus. We know how many is on each bus and that we're able to make adjustments when we need to. I think we're still missing about 5 bus routes from the entire district, but we've got all the rest back, which is really terrific. And those 5 will come in. There's a need for creative solutions. You know, we're down 13 drivers, and so we can't just say, well, we need more drivers. We've got to figure out what are we going to do in the meantime, and so that looks like being creative. What does that mean, Ms. Purvis, when you say let's be creative? That means we may have to look at developing some community stops if we have a really long route so that that route doesn't go too long. One of the drawbacks to maximizing capacity of buses is that the route gets longer. So in the past, we've had, 13 more drivers. Actually, pre-COVID, we had 30 more drivers. Well, buses had about half the number of students that they may have on them now. So in order to try to get as many students to school on time every day, we're trying to maximize the capacity of the bus. On the flip side, that means students are having to be on the bus longer. So in order to minimize that, we may need to do community stops. So that's one thing to look at. Another creative solution is if we have 2 buses who are going to the same area, and those buses are at about half capacity for the middle school and for the high school, we may look at combining that bus so that we may have middle school students and high school students on the same bus. We still wouldn't have be over capacity in the bus, but that gives us an extra driver because now we're not sending 2 buses on the same exact route 30 minutes after each other. So, yes, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, finish your sentence.
So just looking at some of those creative solutions and how can we maximize student capacity on the buses.
So I know in other school districts that they've had TAs. It's been a requirement for TAs to have their bus license. And I'm wondering, and even if we give them a stipend, why can't we say, hey, look, we need your help. Who's open to taking up these extra duties?
And that is, you're going to see just in a minute, you may have looked ahead a little bit in our presentation, that's one of the things that we're going to propose today to the board is that we look at an incentive to encourage those TAs and coaches and even certified staff who already have their CDLs to join us and help us with that. So we're looking at that to see if we can't pull some of those in. We know, right now, if we have drivers sign up, it's a 2 to 3 month process to get them to their CDL. And so I think Mr. Holmes is correct. We need to look at pulling from what we have and see if we can't encourage some of them.
Well, as just a bit of historical precedent, Moore County Schools required that for certain employees, and we lifted that restriction, well, since I've been on the board. So it was implemented 4 or 5 years ago, and it was in effect for some number of years, and it was lifted, I don't know, last year or whatever. I'm against compulsory bus driving service, but, it's certainly something we can explore. How did it work out? I mean, why did we lift it?
Well, part of the reason behind that board policy was to try to get more drivers. This is pre-pandemic, I would say, is when that policy was put into place, where our classified staff, TAs, custodians, et cetera, would be required to get their CDLs as part of coming on board for their positions. We found that was the deterrent in filling positions. It became a real challenge. And so that really didn't work for us. And so the recommendation was to then reverse that. And so that took place. I don't know the timetable on that, but that policy was changed.
Yeah, I remember it was rescinded. I think it was really rescinded during, it was officially rescinded since we've been on the board. But of course, COVID kind of made it not relevant, I think. But the length of the drivers to get a bus driver's license is crazy. I've got a friend who's been trying. He drives a tractor trailer. He's got a Class A CDL. He's been trying to get a bus endorsement since September. And it's just, it's it's the DMV.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's,
That was.
I know you've been talking to Senator McGinnis, as have I, and
We're
you're
gonna
gonna work on that.
That was a question I had. It's not just the CDL. You have to have a specific bus.
There's an
like, that's what I
endorsement of
thought.
some
Okay.
sort.
Bus
but, yeah.
endorsement,
Yes, ma'am.
correct.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought so.
I
I'm
thought if
sorry.
you had a CDLA, you could drive anything.
Nope, there's a bus endorsement.
Mhm.
Like I said, I've got a friend of mine that's got he drives a tractor trailer, and since September, been trying to get his bus license endorsement.
Looking at recruiting drivers, that's one of our issues, so we're looking at some ways in which to do that. You know, right now, really taking the approach of providing some incentive to those who already have CDLs, but also, I know, Mr. Anderson and I have worked together. He has drafted a letter that he's gonna be sending to each of our civic organizations, letting them know that he'd be happy to come out and speak, letting them know of our driver shortage, and that really, if folks have time and would like to give back to the community, we'll certainly pay them for it, but please consider it a community service and a service to our children if we can get them to school. So just tapping into some groups that maybe we haven't in the past, just asking for help. Looking at how we can retain the drivers that we have. You know, one of the issues that I heard when I attended the bus driver meeting is that, you know, they're really spread thin, and our drivers have really worked hard to fill the gap with the amount of drivers that we have, running extra routes, going back out, knowing that numbers in their buses have gone up. So just looking at how can we reward those who are diligent and who come back day after day and do what they're asked. So we're gonna be talking about that as well. Garage efficiency is an issue, looking at, hey, if we get parts in, how long is it taking us from the time the part gets in the garage to the time that it gets on the bus and a new bus gets on the road? So just making sure that our buses are working, they're in good working order, we have the best ones on the road that we can, and our drivers are not having to deal with mechanical issues. And then we're focusing on garage cleanliness and maintenance and just making sure that we are where we need to be in terms of all of our inspection standards. I'm sorry.
I would like to say that, you know, out of all of them, the communication is, that's what you need the most. And a lot of the workers here, they're afraid to come forward because they think they're gonna get in trouble. And we need to figure out some kind of way where we can encourage them to voice their opinions and not have fear of reprisal.
Right. And I think, you know, moving forward, that's one of the things that I really want to do is have some expectations around communication, that they know there is open communication. You know, when I met with the whole team, I said, we have to look at this as the operations family, and that's the way I like to approach things, is that we're all on the same team. That doesn't mean that we'll always agree. We may have disagreements, but we're all working for the same cause. And I kind of gave the analogy, in fact, I put a picture up of my mom's front porch with all 40 of us on it, you know, on a Sunday, and I said, the truth is, we're going to have disagreements. You know, I'm one of 5 children, and sometimes I argue with my sisters, but that doesn't mean that I don't show up the next Sunday. We show back up, we still work together for the good of the family. And so, you know, that's the kind of climate that we want to move towards, is that we can have healthy conversation, we can have disagreements, and we can come to the best resolution for our team and moving forward. And I think the more that they see that we're encouraging directors and that I'm encouraging them to speak and we can have dialogue and feedback, then that will come and then climate will improve. I do think that we need systems, processes, and procedures in place. You know, when we don't have a system for communicating, a process for doing things on a daily basis, and expected procedures, then everything is kind of an unknown. And when we establish set systems, processes, and procedures, then everyone knows how we function, what the process is, and so we're going through the steps of making sure that's happening in every department, because we didn't really have those identified in each department. We're making sure that we get some professional development support for employees. We have areas that we have terrific folks, but we could maximize their efficiency and productivity with a little bit of support and some professional development. So we need to make sure that happens. I'm also encouraging them to, you know, let me know if there's something that you don't know that you feel like would help you for your job. Help us identify that. If you're having troubles or issues in an area, you know, run to that weakness and tell us what that is. Because when you hide that weakness, that makes our department weaker. So it's our goal to help you figure that out. You know, I'll give you an example. The person who runs our TIMS system, we were able to get some support from another district, from some TIMS operators who had been doing that for about 15 and 18 years, just for them to come down, partner, have a seat, and say, hey, here's some things we've learned over these years that really help with this TIMS system. That type of thing is inexpensive. People are willing to do it, and, you know, work together to make it happen. We're correcting that information in the TIMS system. We've contracted the mapping. We had the creative ideas for busing that we're putting out there. And then we had a bus driver meeting, and we're going to continue to do that for professional development purposes and to gather feedback. And I will say that we got lots of great information from the bus drivers when I visited them at that meeting. They were very forthright and open with what they loved about their jobs, and as well as what was frustrating. And thankful to Dr. Metcalf, who's working with us. Bus discipline was a frustration, not so much just the discipline, but the lack of knowing, as he shared, what happens with the discipline. And so, as he shared with you, we've developed a form. You know, talking to some principals and APs, certainly things were happening on their end in terms of the discipline, but getting that back to the bus driver didn't always happen. And so they felt kind of out of the loop and maybe wondered, did something happen with the kid or not? You know, what happened? They just showed back up on my bus, so did anything happen? So this paper will allow we'll put those on clipboards for every driver. They'll fill that out, hand it in when they get there, and then the AP or principal will deal with that and hand it right back to them that afternoon or the next morning so that they can see, okay, this is what happened. That will give them a good feeling of things being taken care of. Other positive steps forward, thinking about solving our bus problem. You know, it's not something that we can do overnight, but it is something that we want help from everyone with and have ideas for how we can do this. And this goes into communication as well, because as parents have reached out, you know, and I may have shared, I think I shared this with a couple of you already. When you think about us as kids riding the bus, I got on the bus every morning at the end of my driveway, and never, ever did I get a phone call saying the bus wasn't going to come, and never did the bus not show up. And so unless you're a parent who is in education or who has the time to follow everything that's going on, you're just assuming that, hey, the bus always picked me up, so why is it not picking my kid up? What's the problem? Why can't they get this going? And so when I've had parents reach out and I've had a conversation with them to talk about the things that we're dealing with, there becomes a level of understanding that, well, I really didn't realize the depth of the issue that we're dealing with in transportation. That doesn't mean they like it anymore, but it at least gives them an understanding of where we are, what we're working on, and what we're working towards. And so we're hoping with these community meetings in each area that not only can we be transparent about the issues that we have, but that we can ask our community for input as to how to solve these problems. Perhaps we'll find a few folks who have some extra time and are willing to, you know, help us drive a bus. But we may also get great ideas from the community and at least put this to our community for help and transparency. In addition to these community meetings, thinking about how to support drivers and retain drivers. Some of the drivers shared at that bus meeting that it was very difficult for them to check district email because either, number one, they didn't have, you know, technology at home, or they might have had a cell phone but getting district email on their cell phone, and then they said, even if we do, we're having to do it on our own time. So seeing Dr. Locklear's messages, seeing district messages, seeing messages from transportation. We're going to add 30 minutes each week. I'm working with Kent Eklund. There's a kiosk in every school that currently just houses a Chromebook for timekeeper. They can clock in, clock out, and use it for W-2s. But he's working to put a Chromebook in each school that would allow folks to access their employee email. Also working with MediaTex and DIFs to ensure that our bus drivers know their schedule for each school, so if they need assistance in putting their district email onto their phone, if they'd like to have that, because some expressed, I'd like to have that, but I can't figure out how to get it on there, and I understand that because my children have to do that for me. But that they can go during those times and get that added to their phone, and then they can use this 30 minutes. It's whatever time. They can do it 10-minute increments a week. They could do it 30 minutes at once. But this allows them to have 30 minutes of paid time to ensure that they are reading information from transportation and the district. And then we do have a part-time vacancy that is posted for our transportation office. There are 2 part-time vacancies that have been hanging out there that haven't been posted. So we posted one of those to help. They will help with some administrative as well as some TIMS issues. So just providing some support there. And then I'll let Dr. Locklear talk just a bit about the proposals that we're thinking.
Do have 2 proposals or 2 ideas we wanted to share with the school board today to see if this is something you might want to take for consideration for action. In thinking of doing something creative in order to recognize and appreciate our current bus drivers and the great work that they're doing, but also provide some kind of incentive for our current employees who currently have CDLs, have that school bus driver's license, and aren't driving for us right now. And so thinking about some creative ways to look at incentivizing our current employees to drive, even if it's just on a substitute basis, 3-4 times a week, 3-4 times a month, or if it's taking on a full-time route, and a way to appreciate our current drivers for the great job they do. So here are the 2 proposals that just want to throw out for your consideration and thought, and if it's something you want to move forward, we could include it in next week's agenda if you wanted to take action on it. The first one is we really thought about a way to thank drivers, and this is Ms. Purvis and Ms. Edmonds and myself talking to give drivers a thank you, if you will, or show our appreciation for their dedication. And so the first idea would be that we would have a $50 bonus each month for our school bus drivers who have perfect attendance, who show up on a daily basis, and who drive each day. And that's critical to their service to us. And we've got, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jenny, I think we've got a majority of our drivers who do that, who show up on a daily basis. We estimate a local impact with local funds for a 10-month time period to be about $35,000 to do that. So an estimated cost impact of that would be approximately $35,000 in a full fiscal year. The second idea thought about was a way to incentivize, first, thank our dual employees who are both going to school, working in our cafeteria and driving around, or thank our employees who are custodians and driving routes for us, or teacher assistants who are driving routes for us. We have approximately 30 of those employees right now. Is that based on a dual employee who drives a route for us, a full-time route for us, AM and PM, or substitute route AM and PM, they would receive $10 per day for driving that route. So it's an additional stipend on top of the hourly pay that they're receiving for driving their bus and for their regular duties, whether that be custodian, teacher assistant, or cafeteria. And so if you're thinking of 20 days in a month, you're thinking of $200 per month additional stipend that dual employee would receive for that full-time duty of driving an AM and PM route. Now, that one does have a larger cost impact to the district on a 10-month basis. If you're taking that out from the 30 that we currently have and possibly recruiting 10 to 15 more that would be willing to do that across our district, you're looking at a cost impact over a 10-month process of about $90,000. So that is a more significant impact to our local costs. But all in all, this is over a 10-month period. But what could be the recommendation, and probably would be my recommendation if the board wants to consider this, is that we look at this through a trial basis for the rest of this fiscal year. We track it. We track how much it cost us, the impact it has, and did it work? Did it make a difference? And did it make any considerable difference? How do our drivers feel about it, et cetera? So it would give us an opportunity to try something, monitor it, analyze it, and bring that report back to the school board.
Let me ask you a question. If we did it for the remainder of the year and then for whatever reason decided we're not going to do that anymore, do you think that would be harmful for the school bus drivers that we do have? saying, hey, yeah, we're gonna give you this money for 6 months, but then after that, we don't know.
I think it's all about communication. We gotta be forthright and honest with them based on whatever decision the school board makes. We need to be honest with them that this is, if it's something that we're just gonna try and monitor for 6 months, or not even 6 months at this part, but for the rest of the fiscal year, we need to be honest with our school bus drivers. This is something we wanna show our appreciation right now, monitor the impact, see if it makes a difference, gather your feedback on it, and be honest with them about what we're doing. No one wants something taken away once they have it. I mean, that's human nature. But the key to it would be forthright, honest, transparent communication.
I'm for this, and I'm gonna tell you why. I spoke to a custodian and drove a bus 2 hours in the morning, worked all day, and then drove another 2 hours. That's what, 12 hours or more? And I think these bus drivers deserve every penny that we can give them.
Any other comments on the school bus portion, on the bus driver?
I think it's a great idea.
Ken, you have anything? Sure. I have a couple observations. First is, whether it's TIMS, or software training or SROs, there is a trend where school districts apparently do not invest in the training of their classified staff at the same rate that they invest in the training of their certified staff. My theory behind that is administrators come up through the certified side of the house. No administrators come up through the classified staff. So if you want to use the word implicit bias, there's an implicit bias of administrators to favor the certified staff. So I just say that because, we had SROs that had no active shooter training for 5 years. And now we learn that, we haven't had map updates and we haven't had this. So I challenge administrators who come up through the certified ranks to really pay attention to the classified staff. In my opinion, that's the fundamental issue. I mean, it's not that you don't respect them, it's just not the frame of reference that administrators come up. That's just neither here nor there. I think 30 minutes a week is inadequate. That's 6 minutes a day. It's kind of an insult, you don't even get your cup of coffee in the teacher lounge filled up in 6 minutes. So I think that, you guys should look at 30 minutes a day so that the bus drivers can go in and check their email. I mean, if we want them to effectively communicate with assistant principals and really check and read their email, that's 30 minutes a day, not 6 minutes a day. You can't even walk from your bus to the kiosk and back in 6 minutes. These are just my observations. We've got it, and I've talked with both of you guys about this. We have a demographic time bomb of our bus drivers. Many of the bus drivers in Moore County schools started off driving as juniors and seniors in high school, and that hasn't been allowed in, 20 years? So my God, we're giving an award next week to a bus driver who's driven a bus for 52 years. We need to recruit younger drivers, and we should look at free daycare, both, preschool and after-school care for our bus drivers, because that would encourage younger parents to drive buses. And then this, of course, I broke out my calculator for this $50 a month bonus. I just assumed a bus driver drives about 6 hours a day. If so, that's 120 hours a month, or 41 cents an hour, or a 2.7% bonus. In order for a bonus to be meaningful, it should be more than 41 cents an hour, or 2.7%. I would suggest something like, if they do the AM and PM route, then they get a 5% bonus, and if they have perfect attendance, they get a 5% bonus, so they can earn up to a maximum of a 10% bonus. That is meaningful, and it's directly related to what you're trying to achieve. Don't know if we can afford it, but I think that is something, assuming the numbers are reasonable, that would be more in line with a meaningful incentive that actually provides an incentive. You don't want to insult people with your incentive, and at some point it becomes counterproductive.
We certainly don't, and, I do think bus drivers deserve incentive. It's just gonna be a matter of looking at.
Yeah, you gotta look at the numbers, and, you gotta run back, but I just don't think it's of the correct order. I don't think that the 30 minutes a week is enough, and I don't think that $50 a month is, because, look at it, man, if 50 is the new 20.
Right.
50s are the new 20s. That's just the way it's worked the last couple of years.
I think the thought was, in working with Mr. Anderson, he sends out a weekly update from transportation for bus drivers, so he tries to put everything in one weekly update, and then Dr. Locklear sends out his update. The thought was that they would probably use their 30 minutes in a one-time. The expectation would be, you know, please check your email from the district at least once a week. Now, certainly, you know, if we can afford it and offer more time, that's terrific. But the thought wasn't going to the computer every day, but just having it there, and they could choose what day or what time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the culture among bus drivers is, but if we really want to achieve them, you know, having a tighter relationship with the administrators in the school that they serve, then, you know, let them hang out in the kiosk/employee, you know, teacher lounge for 30 minutes each morning or the afternoon, whatever, so.
So we'll
Anything
go
to
back
give
and
them
take a look.
value, you
Yeah.
know?
So we can go back and take a look at this.
Before you go on, Jenny, just want to get if I could, get a feel from the, Chair Hensley, if I could, get a feel from the board, if you would like us to bring forward a recommendation next week, add an action item perhaps to the agenda. Just want to get a feel from the board on that, or you want us to do, based on these two proposals. Bless you.
Look, there's a fiscal reality,
Right.
but I think, I mean, what do y'all think?
I am 100% for taking care of our bus drivers.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it.
If you need to do more research fiscally, is what you're saying, I'm assuming that fiscally, yes, that you might not be prepared for that by next week. I would hate to put it off for another month at the same time, but,
Well, I'll go back and.
Is it feasible for you to have it prepared?
Under the
with-
current proposal, it is.
Okay.
If the board wants us to go back and look at some, you know, Mr. Hensley's recommendation to look at, 5%, 5%.
Yeah, can you come with
and then the
both
5%.
or
If we
something?
can come with both, we'll certainly try to do that.
Or the most you can do
Mhm.
if 5% is not feasible?
And the other thought here is, as I noted, is that this is something I think it'd be important for us to monitor, and the board's committing through the rest of this fiscal year, and that we monitor and we report back to the board on the cost impact, on the human resources impact, you know, did it make a difference? What is our driver feedback? And then we might explore additional ways to do it, you know, like the 5%, and for a total of 10% per month. You know, is it physically, could we actually pull
Right.
this off from a revenue standpoint? We would have revenue to do it. So that might be an approach to consider as well.
Now, how many bus drivers are there? Just out of
Right
curiosity.
now, we have 120 total, but some of those just drive a morning route, some just drive an afternoon route. We have about 80 full-time that drive routes, full routes. And then looking at number one particularly, that first proposal, when we looked at where we were last month with attendance, we had 47 who had perfect attendance and not a day of call-out. And that becomes very important in terms of getting kids to school because we don't have subs. So if someone calls out this evening and can't roll tomorrow, we don't have a sub to put in their place. So, you know, encouraging them to be here every day and get all of our drivers here every day would really help in regards to making sure that we don't have a morning mess or an afternoon mess.
So, pulling out my calculator once again, right, 185 days is the school year. We learned that at first thing this morning, times about 5 hours a day, person driving a bus. I know I changed that from 6 times 100. That's 92,500 hours times an average of $17 an hour. That's 152,000, $1.6 million a year. And if you pay a maximum bonus out as 10%, that costs $150,000 a year. So I would say ballpark is going to cost, you know, between $120, $150 a year. That is worth what you paid for it, but that's an estimate.
we can do some additional analysis.
Highly advised. That's probably in the ballpark.
Yeah, we can do some addition. We have to remember, these are all gonna be local costs.
Right.
We can't pay these from state 056, which is the state transportation funds. This would all be local costs that we'd have to identify, again, that revenue source from year to year. That's why, again, no matter what we end up doing, we'd want to make sure the board has good information on the impact and where the analysis and what you want to do each fiscal year around that.
Yeah, and I'll say, and then we can, I'll say in my conclusion, look, bus drivers are tough, because it's early in the morning, it's late in the afternoon, it's a split shift, it's 3 hours here, 3 hours there, it requires a license that, the Department of Transportation makes it as hard as humanly possible to get. And so it's tough, and those drivers are dedicated, and most of them have been doing it for decades and decades. And, we just have to face reality on what it takes to be a bus driver and the demands and the fragmented time and this and that, and we got to be responsive. I mean, I spent some time out in Irondale County, and they got buses parked everywhere with giant 20-foot banners on them, bus drivers wanted. So we got to lean forward into this because, as Dr. Locklear said, students don't learn if they're not in school, and they're not in school if we can't get them there. And, and then you want to solve the bus, the pickup and drop off lines and solve the transportation problem. You want to solve the attendance problem, then fix the transportation problem. And that's why we got to put time, effort, and resources into this. And we got to do that based in reality, not, the way it was 10 or 15 years ago.
And the bus drivers love the kids. That's the only reason
Right, no,
that
that's
they
it.
do
That's
it.
why they're
They do
there.
it.
That's,
You're right.
yep, that's
What do
100%.
bus drivers do between runs?
Some of them are maintenance, or we do custodian work, or
Mhm.
cafeteria workers, or whatever.
We have some in dual employees, and you have some who aren't. You have some who just drive for us.
Yeah, we have we have 31 who are dual employees. One is part-time, just runs a morning route, and 30 are full-time, run morning and afternoon routes. And then a lot of our drivers are, as Mr. Hensley alluded to, retirees who do this as supplemental income in the morning and then in the afternoon. So, they're retired and this is their part-time job. So, as Mr. Holmes said, they love the kids and love seeing the kids and getting out, and we're thankful for that.
Okay, I'm about bust out. Any other bus stuff? It's an important topic, but
Yeah.
yes, Ms. Bruno.
Well, while Jenny's here, I would like to talk to her. I'm a firm believer in our workers because I just believe that the schools can't operate without our staff workers. So I support them 100%. In talking to the gentleman in the back, the maintenance, the air conditioning, they keep telling me that they need more people and that people are gonna be retiring in the next 2 to 3 years, especially who they call the bug man, which I can't believe what an important job that is and all that he does. Are we doing anything to prepare for these retirees, to prepare for someone to take over?
Well, right now, we do have all our positions filled, so we had 2 positions that were vacant, and we're in the process of bringing over the last person, so that one is getting.
Clarification, bug killing vacancies, you said we had all our
No,
vacancies.
These were
Maintenance,
maintenance
okay,
vacancies.
okay.
In regards to Mr. Clayton, who is our bug man.
Yes.
Pairing someone with him to make sure that they are aware of the steps that he goes through. I know for a while, especially as me as principal, Clayton was the only one that really did that. And then making sure that we pair folks together. And that's one of the things we're looking at in terms of efficiency and maintenance is we do have specialty guys. So we have area guys, we have specialty ladies and gentlemen, and we want to make sure that we aren't just focusing on our specialty, but if you are specialized, plumber, bug, HVAC, whatever your specialty is, if your area guy needs you to come out, your area person needs you to come out and assist, then we want to make sure that our area folks are also helping and assisting our specialized folks once they get to their school sites. That in turn ensures that our maintenance folks who are assigned to specific schools are learning and coming on board with what our specialized folks are doing when they show up, so that we're not really working in silos. And so that we get some information from our specialized folks that maybe next time I don't have to call them because they showed me how to do something, or at least I can assist them.
Okay.
So hopefully that will grow the knowledge of everyone and allow us, as people phase out, to take some of the folks who are not in specialized roles and perhaps move them into that.
Okay, thank you, Jenny.
You're
That's,
welcome.
that's really what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We will move on to driver's education.
Yes, we have a new director of driver's education, Andrea Amorose. She came in and joined us. She's doing a phenomenal job. Driver's ed is a director's position that is part-time. As you know, driver's ed over the years has gone from being a part of our daily curriculum in the high school to something that happens after school now. It is an extension. It happens on our campus, but it is not part of the daily curriculum. There was no pay scale developed and publicized for driver's education, so she has worked hard with Tina Edmonds to develop a pay scale for clarity of hiring and communication, so that when we hire new classroom teachers or behind-the-wheel teachers, that we know what their experience level is and where to bring them in on that pay scale, just as we would any other department. We have reviewed that budget, and there's a need for cars in driver's ed. We need to make sure that we keep cars that we can rotate, that the cars are safe, that when cars go down, we have other cars to bring in. And so that budget does allow, and there is room there in the budget to bring on 2 new cars. So we will be doing that through state contract with your approval to ensure that we have those in place. And then she did bring in all of our instructors, classroom and behind the wheel, just to review the new systems and processes that she's put in place for ensuring fidelity and maintenance of student information and payroll. She still had lots of things that were on paper, in stacks and cabinets, and she's trying to put a lot of that in digital form for our drivers as well as our students, just to make sure we maintain accurate records.
Before we move on, Ms. Purvis,
Yes.
I've got to go in just a second, but I was looking back at my notes and I forgot to mention one
Yes, sir.
thing. That there's head custodians at each school, but we're not properly compensating them for that. And I think sometime we need to address that.
When we get over to, I'll skip to that real quick since you've got to go, and I'll jump to the bottom. We are defining, when we get to maintenance, Mr. Holmes, defining those custodial pay grades and job descriptions, working with Dr. Appenfels and Human Resources. There are custodial pay grades, but there's no specific description as to how you meet that pay grade and what defines head custodian 1, 2, and 3. So we're gonna be really drilling down on that so that we have job descriptions and we can ensure that we give folks the pay grade that they should be at. So we should have that
Yeah, I think-
updated for you by the next time we join back.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'd want a little bit more if I was a boss, you know?
And of course, we've got to look at things like, if you're the head custodian of a school that has 10 custodians, or you're the head custodian of a school that has 2 custodians, of course, there's differences there as well. So we've got to look at different levels of head custodial, and so it's going to take us just a little bit to drill down and make sure we're fair with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next,
Question
I'm
before they
sorry.
leave.
Yes, sir.
If we can do driver's ed, why can't we do CDL ed? Can't we teach our own CDL?
That's one of the ideas that we're talking with the DMV about, because schools used to do their own motor T training, and then the state usurped that.
Where are we on that?
But you have to have,
Just conceptual phase.
you
It's,
have to be 21, I think, to take CDL classes though.
I don't know the requirements, but it's gonna require a change in state law. School districts used to train their own bus drivers, but some point in the past, the state usurped that and said you have to have a state certified trainer, which is odd because we're kind of in the training industry. So you think that like we can train people better than say the DMV, who's in the license plate issuing business.
I was referring to people over 21 coming in
No,
for our
right,
own
no,
course.
no, that's right. Moore County school districts used to train their own bus drivers.
That's right. In the past, Mr. Benway, we did do that. In fact, in 1994, I got my CDL here in the garage. We did a class, and then we drove. Mr. Dale Fry did that, but the state took that away. And so we're trying to talk to folks to see what would that look like? What would have to happen? It would have to happen at the state level. And when we're talking to DMV about a process to, you know, expedite the CDL, what we're hearing from them is that they have a shortage of workers, just as we have a shortage of bus drivers. So it's filtering down, and so we've got to keep working on that at the state level.
It sounds like they've got a self-licking ice cream cone going on here, actually.
Imagine that.
Okay.
All right, next let's take a look at child nutrition. We have a new director of child nutrition, Bliss Taylor. She has hit the ground running. There was an incredible team effort during the December power outage. They jumped into play, saved lots of food and thousands of dollars, making sure that they moved things around, got them where they needed to be in order to save that. She recently applied for a Local Foods for Schools grant. We received that grant, $47,000 plus almost $48,000 to go towards the purchase of fresh food, fruit and vegetables. We're working to reduce plate cost. That will happen with some of that fresh fruit and vegetables. And she's increasing the food choices to increase participation, especially at the high schools. You know, that's where we have our lowest participation. So increasing the choices for students at the high school in terms of meals, moving from 2 choices to 3 choices, and then implementing some smart snacks that she thinks students would be interested in order to increase revenue there. And then looking at our profit and loss from July to December, there was a loss of $400,000 and almost $30,000.
Just reminding the school board there that we are in a process of required spend down of cash reserves. And when the school board set the costs for our breakfast and our lunches this year in August, those were left at the pre-pandemic rates, knowing that more than likely we would operate at a loss. And so this is just an update of that, and we will be getting some more detailed information about where we are exactly with that as we move forward.
All right. If we take a look at maintenance, there are many positives from principals during site visits. As I went around to schools, really bragging on our maintenance department and what they do and the work that they do at each of our schools. Overall, just a very dependable group of folks who can be counted on to make sure our schools are running. We have our maintenance folks, you know, going out and making sure that boilers are starting as early as 6 o'clock to make sure that classrooms are warm. So these are really, you know, boots on the ground people, just as our bus drivers who ensure that when children and faculty show up to schools that it's ready for the day. We are also working in maintenance on those good communication protocols. That was one of the areas. Just working on making sure that when we're at school sites that our faculty, our principals, our office staff know that you're there, know what you're doing, and when you're coming and going onto campus. Establishing those systems and procedures to increase efficiency and productivity so that we're maximizing what we get done each and every day. Also have identified a need for some new vehicles for our maintenance workers. We're in need of a van.
I was gonna say that blue van.
That blue van hit 300,000 miles several years ago and will not even calculate miles anymore.
Right.
So we really need to make sure that we get some new vehicles for our maintenance staff in terms of vans and in terms of maintenance trucks, because right now we have exactly what we need. If one goes down or one needs to be serviced, we don't have another one to go in its place, and many of those are far beyond being saying high mileage. They have very high mileage. So we'll be asking you guys for approval on that as we move forward. We've identified the cost of those. Mr. Sewell has worked on that for state contract for us. We can't get those immediately. Even on state contract, there's kind of a wait period. We can't apply for them until April, and then we see if we can get them. They put out so many each year. And then we have identified a business in each area for our area techs to use if small items are needed to complete a job. That sometimes one of the things shared by our maintenance folks is that we have lots of things in our warehouse. We have most everything you would need. They try to keep their trucks supplied with everything they need. They look at their work orders this afternoon and what they have to do tomorrow, and they try to load their truck up this afternoon so they're ready to go out tomorrow. But many times, especially if you get, on the southern end or way on the northern end, you have one little bolt or one piece of something that you need to complete a job that's not typically on your truck, riding back down to Carthage to the warehouse to get that, or maybe the warehouse doesn't even have it and you'd have to wait. They said that would really help them, so we identified a business in each area, Lowe's Home Improvement in the southern end, Southern States, Keith Hardware and Southern States in Carthage, and then Bennett Hardware in the northern end, just to ensure that they can go there and get a small item that might ensure they can quickly get a job done on a site without having to return. And then, as we talked about before, Mr. Holmes left, defining those custodial pay grades and job descriptions, and I'm working with HR to get that done. And then as we look at employee climate overall in operations, anytime you have new protocols and expectations, there's a level of hesitation and uncertainty. But really, with site visits and realistic expectations and spot checks paired with appreciation and recognition of work, we really expect to see that climate of appreciation for them and the climate of the pride in their work as well go up as they're recognized for that. With each department working and moving together more, we'll define those processes and procedures. There'll be a natural increase in efficiency and productivity. Anytime we increase what we're doing, we feel good about that, and we can see positive things happening. Positive working climate will increase as coworkers see they're being held to a high standard. Everyone's being evaluated and recognized fairly, and we're all feeling proud of the work that we're accomplishing. And then when we work together for common goals of the department, and when everyone feels they have a voice and ability to provide input and ideas, a positive workplace climate follows. And so I really think that the more we work with our operations folks, the more we'll see the information flow back and forth with fluidity, and then we'll see that positive climate increase. Questions, discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What have you been doing your first 30 days?
Yeah, exactly.
I've just been eating chocolate.
Twiddling your thumbs.
That's right, that's right.
Question.
Yes, sir.
How was Ron Jackson's first efforts at these Saturday maintenance days?
Well, in fact, they have completed, they cleaned up a tree that was dead at Robbins Elementary that had been an eyesore for quite some time. They have gotten to the second thing at Robbins Elementary, which was putting up a small fence for traffic to stay off of the grass and out of the mud. And the last thing they're gonna do is landscaping of the sign, and I think that's coming this week. So we're appreciative of them, and we're hoping that once we get projects completed, I've asked principals each time they do projects at schools to send us some pictures so we can put those out on social media and recognize them for their efforts. So we really appreciate the help.
Good.
Ron doesn't think that the principals are asking him to do enough. He thinks that they're kind of standing back.
He hasn't seen the 2 new list come.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay.
I think, anytime something's new, people hesitate to ask for, and so I think that
Exactly.
he may have some schools that want him to circle back to them. Once they see, hey, these are things that can be done. And so I've encouraged people to ask. In fact, when we moved on to Elise and West End, I passed on what Ron had said, which is ask for it. If we can't do it, we'll let you know.
Exactly.
And so there may be some things on those lists that we get a no for, and we're certainly good with that. But I've asked principals to put it out there.
Good.
But I think that first school, that was kind of a warm-up. It was the first site. It was an unknown. So I think more projects will be forthcoming on those
Good.
lists.
I just wanted to make sure that you were communicating with the principals to ask.
Yes, they're going to be asking.
Good, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
If she wants to stand by, first committee report can just be construction.
Sure, Jenny, if you'll hang out for just a few more minutes, and we're gonna have committee report outs, and so you certainly are part of that, so. Thank you, Jenny. I'm working with her to get her to do something, so, No,
Hopefully you can keep up.
yeah, I tell you, I can't keep up with Jenny Purvis, never have been able to, but we're grateful to have her serving with us at the district level. Thank you, Jenny.
Absolutely.
Okay, the next agenda item is committee reports. I will start off with my committee reports, and then we'll circle back around for the other committee reports. If we could start off with the construction one, please. So I added a fifth thing here real quick. So this slide right here, everyone has seen, you guys have seen this because we approved this. These are the board-approved 10-year capital improvement plan, and we've reviewed that, and we still agree with it. There's one thing I've added, but I think everyone will concur with it. And in addition to all the other things that you saw Ms. Purvis do, don't forget that she's in charge of construction and maintenance. So 4 parallel tracks. You'll see that I have 4 parallel tracks, but you'll see that I added a 5th one, and that's what I was just doing just then. So if you take everything that the board approved, I broke it down into 4, and I added a 5th one, parallel tracks. And these are all gonna be done at the same time. They'll have different completion dates, there'll be different plan of action and milestones, but they're 4 parallel tracks to achieve the goals that the board set out as far as capital improvements. The first one that I want to get done within a year is revisit all the approved projects not underway. We're working on that now. That's everything from the pavers at Pinecrest to the HVAC in this building. The second 2, though, are interrelated, and that is, you remember the gyms, and we budgeted $2.5 million each for 3 gyms, right? There's 6 gyms that need to be done, and we budgeted out of ESSER funds or COVID funds or something, $2.5 million per gym. After last week's discussion or whenever that was, I feel pretty good that even if we add the double pane windows, we can get all 6 gyms done for the price of 1. So thinking HVAC, double pane windows, I mean, we'll see, but the goal is to get all 5 or 6 gyms, depending on what we do with Carthage, done for the price of 1, $400,000 to $500,000 per gym. Then we take the money we save and we start eliminating trailers. And the way you eliminate trailers is the schools that are not built out to their core capacity. I think Cranes Creek is one. Then the cheapest thing you can do in building a school is building the classroom space. So I am hopeful that if we save $5 million on the gym renovations, that we can take that $5 million we save of earmarked money or reserve money, and we can just build out classroom space and get rid of trailers. So one of the goals that I have, and we'll see if we can do it, is within current fiscal constraints, is get rid of trailers in 1 or more of our schools. So that's absolutely, that's just the easiest thing. You can do both of those quicker, all 3 of those quicker than you build a new school. So that's track 1, and this is just our approach. This is our proposed approach into how we're going to achieve the school board's marching orders. Track 2 is in increased capacity and modernization of high schools. If you refer back to the previous slide, which is what the board approved, there's modernization, increased capacity of Pinecrest, modernization, increased capacity of Union Pines, and finished modernization of Northmore. Well, all those are conclusionatory. We may not want to increase capacity of Pinecrest. We may want to increase Pinecrest of Union Pines. So I just lump those all together because we'll take a holistic view of that. Track 3 is modernization or replacement of Cameron Elementary, West End Elementary. Or is that West Pine Elementary? West End.
West End.
Yeah. Sand Hills Farm Life and Cameron. I got Carthage, West End, Farm Life, and Cameron. So we'll be looking at those all together. Also, in conjunction of that, we'll look at construction of a new middle school. Notice I didn't put an area in there. Look, the demographics indicate that we need a new middle school down the road. We all agree on that. We just don't know where it's gonna be. The areas are kind of meaningless. We'll put it where it needs to be and where it makes sense. And then the fifth track, and I know it says 4 up there, I added that fifth one. I've been thinking about this since we had our unfortunate power outage back in December, is our schools are ideally suited to be shelters. We have cafeterias, we have food for, 12,000 people for, a week or two, maybe longer. We have cafeteria workers, we have transportation. So what I think we should do is we should look at schools that are ideally suited to be shelters, emergency shelters, whether it's hurricane evacuation, power outages or whatnot. And the criteria may be if a school is serviced, if it's easy to connect emergency backup generator power to those schools, then we can designate a handful of schools in Moore County. Maybe they have natural gas service, or for some reason it makes sense to do this one over another. And we work with the county commissioners to no kidding, designate schools as emergency shelters. That way, if we ever, like I said, hurricane, power outage, whatnot, man, we've got food, we got food service workers, we got transportation, and we got shelter for our citizens.
With designation as a shelter, does any state or federal funds flow into that?
Well, we can look at all those things and, we'll explore all those. There's probably some old civil defense shelter fund program from the 50s that's still out there. You never know until you try, but I think it is worthwhile because had it not been for the efforts of our food service workers, we would have thrown away food for 12,000 people, and probably 2 weeks worth of food, whatever it is. But it's ideally suited for our schools to be, no kidding, just fall in place with not a whole lot of money. So I think we ought to take a hard look at that. And of course, it's fresh on everyone's mind. And then it never hurts to have emergency generator, on your school anyway, because it may just allow you to keep operations during a power outage that doesn't, that's not widespread. So those are the 4 parallel tracks that 5 that I propose on how we eat the elephant. Questions, comments? Wrong thing. We had a meeting on 27 January. SFLA Architects was here. We had a construction industry rep. We had a county zoning reps, or we had county reps. We had the county zoning person here, and we had the county fire marshal. A couple notes. One is, a big one is we're researching, look, a lot of cost, as it became apparent, a lot of cost was driven in previous projects through over specification in the specification phase. So one thing we're gonna take a hard look at is, when do we need an architect? When do we need an engineer? And when do we just need to call a couple people and say, hey, we need air conditioning in this building? Because if you call an architect to say you need engineering, if you need air conditioning in a gym and that's all you need, as an example, and you call an architect, that air conditioning gets much, much more expensive. So we need to understand and call people in, use the right tool at the right time so that we have cost savings. And part of that is we're researching right now what is needed by code and what's, no kidding, required by the North Carolina DPI to do any sort of work on a school. I'm not sure that we have the correct answer on that, but once we understand that, then we will act accordingly. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
Yeah.
I've got an email into DPI. Person who's gonna help me with that was out of the office until midweek. So they should be back in today or tomorrow, but nevertheless, getting back to us, addressing that question of what all has to go through DPI, at what level must we use architects, engineers, and just finding the parameters around that as specified by DPI.
Yeah, and likewise, even local, what trips American with Disabilities Act compliance and what doesn't. And there was some discussion and there was some debate on that. There was some confusion. So we're going to find out ground truth on all of that stuff, and hopefully it will allow us to save a lot of construction dollars going forward, and then we can do more with the same amount of money. Okay, so as I briefed last time, here's the committee approach. You know, what we have done is, you know, we've got the board intent and guidance. You know, that was set in motion several months ago. I'll keep you guys updated. We need to reach out to the public, and then the county commissioners, we're going to have some 2x2s with them. And then based upon that feedback, we're gonna develop the courses of action and the cost of each courses of action, and then come back to the board in a couple months and present, depending on what project it is, and within a month or so, and present estimated costs. And then courses of action will be presented with their pros and cons along with an associated cost. So then the decision makers, who are us, will make decisions on a course of action based upon their pros and cons and their respective costs. And that became apparent that, you know, a breakdown in the process was SFLA Architects, it was on a previous slide, they stated, they presented evidence that they presented courses of action on the gym renovations that were much less expensive than 2.5 million, but those courses of action were not presented to the board. So, anyway. Questions, comments? Anything to add?
No, sir, I think it was a good positive meeting, a lot of good discussion. I think Ms. Purvis brought updates of all the projects that we have ongoing.
Yep.
Got feedback from the board on what we're moving forward, from the board committee on what we're moving forward with. And we're already working with the architects to come back and have those courses of actions on those gym projects and estimated costing. So hopefully we'll have that ASAP. That certainly was.
I met with them this morning,
Yeah.
actually, and they're supposed to get back with me the first of next week. Their priority is to give us those VE plans, and they're expecting to get those back to us quickly.
Which plans? I'm sorry.
Value engineering.
Okay, got it,
gyms,
got it.
And we've asked, for the board's clarity, that they put just the scope of work that was asked, and any additional items that they feel beyond air and roof that are necessary,
Yeah.
that might contribute to that project, be added as alternates that could be chosen and added on instead of wrapped into the one price.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, kind of where I'm at, just for reference, is I'm thinking roof, air, and double pane windows. But, you know, we'll see what the cost is. Although, I will note that I ate in a heated and air-conditioned cafeteria that had single pane windows today. Just for who pointed it out, right? Couldn't possibly do this in a gym, but there's the single pane windows. Okay. So what we plan on doing in the future is briefing courses of action and having decision points. And then if anyone has any questions along the way, just ask. Okay, if we could go on to the budget, please. That's it for this one. Okay, the budget, finance, and audit. This is, again, we had a good meeting. Here's my takeaway from it. Look, the 23-24 budget process has to go forward. You know, it'd be nice to just, okay, stop, let's revisit everything, let's rebuild it. But, you know, that's just not the way, thank you, Ms. Purvis. That's just not the way the government budget cycle works, you know. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna learn, investigate, and fix things we can in stride. I have three tiers of projects. Immediate things we're gonna try to do as soon as possible or get underway. Second is things that I hope to get done or started in calendar year 2023. And then things that we're gonna, you know, our goal is to get done in the 24-25 budget cycle. And the 24-25 budget cycle is a zero-based budget with full justification, i.e. we just start from scratch. We just can't do that this year. If it even, you know, we may determine it doesn't need to be done, but even if we wanted to do it, we couldn't do it this year. But one thing we do have to do is by 24-25, just make sure that all of our spending is in support of our strategic plan. So here's how this is broken down. You guys saw this slide last time. This isn't changed, so I'm not gonna go through, I'm just gonna go through it briefly. What I wanna do is we wanna make sure we all understand the budget process, the review process, how the dollar flows for execution, and then again, execution tracking, because again, part of the black box that the public had, the county commissioners had, and certainly some school board members had is, where does all this money come from? You know, at the end of the year, oh, look, we got $3 million. Well, a lot of that was from saved salaries or whatnot, but at least it wasn't communicated to the board and the public where it came from, so it led to things like, oh, there's slush funds and this and that, which there may or may not have been. But in the future, we're gonna have, we're gonna track our budget execution and quarterly see what our projected excess or deficit is, so that we all understand that. But our budget has to have clearly stated, that should be stated, clearly stated assumptions. If we're waiting for additional revenue because we don't know, for example, a grant, we just need to write that down in the footnotes. Budget must forecast all revenue and expenses, or it'd be a footnote if it doesn't. That kind of got us in this budget update. Execution of, which ties revenues and expenses, quarterly or semi-annually, you go through and you track the budget execution by account, and then you figure out where your surpluses are and your excesses, and then we've already done the last bullet there. And the finance, by the way, the finance department's been great. Everything they've delivered has been accurate and timely and certainly answered the questions. I mean, that's got a great finance department. So projects I want to start in March 23, or certainly get them underway. A monthly check review, we're going to sit down with a member of the finance board. Other board members can join us, but we're going to go through all the non-payroll checks. There's about 200 to 250 a month, and we're just going to make sure, we're going to see where our money's spent, and the public can attend if they want. Accounting of dollars for unfilled positions. We saw Ms. Edmonds do that today, so we could pretty much check that off to at least some degree of clarity. And then a position reconciliation, and I've talked about this in the past, and this goes to, several people alluded to this, in this meeting. We need to understand by school, are the positions uniform? And if not, why? And then of all those positions we have in the schools, which one of those do the state think we should have, and that they fund by formula? And then the third thing is, we need to, after we do that, then we need to, it's kind of hard to explain, but after we do that, the third thing we need to do is figure out who's currently funding things, so that if we figure out that a principal is funding a secretary, because, a receptionist, because we're not funding a receptionist for that particular school, but then we're funding receptionists for every other school, we just need to understand that that's happening and hopefully fix it, because our school positions should be funded uniformly for the core positions, and then anything outside of the core. So that last project there is to do that, and I think we've got, at least in my mind, I've got a roadmap ahead of how to do it, and I've talked with the superintendent a bit, so I think we can get there. There was some confusion as to what, the county commissioners have been asking for this, and there was just confusion as to what people want, but I think we've got a clear roadmap on what we want there. And it's key to the budget process, because you saw 80% of our money goes to people, so if you don't understand your people, then you don't understand your budget. Right? And it doesn't mean that Dr. Metcalf is sitting there, man, I know all that stuff. Well, great, let's all figure it out. I'm not saying you do, but well, we're going to figure it out together then, and that's the point. And again, it's not, the hard part was figuring out the methodology to do it, but I got a pretty good idea of the methodology to do it. Calendar 2023 projects, these are the things that I'd like to see us do by the end of the calendar year. I don't need to read them. Most of these you've seen. These are just in different order. What I did is I took the slide, most of this is off the previous slides, and I just put it into 3 buckets once I realized, look, we only have so much bandwidth, and we have to keep with the budget cycle and the superintendent's budget cycle. So these are things that I hope to address and get underway in this fiscal year. The second one from the bottom there, budget for a 10-year capital plan. I do want to talk about that for a bit, because it's my intention to work with the county commissioners and paint the picture of what the 10-year capital plan looks like. I don't know, let's just $150 million in 10 years. I just made that up. And we will not start executing a lot of that until year 3 and 4, because, we want to plan and spend wisely. But what I want to talk to the county commissioners about is, if it's $150 million over 10 years, then, and we have their trust, and they believe in us, then they need to start planning for and setting aside that 15 million a year the first 2 years, even though we may not use it. So that way, when we go into the third year, they've got the money set aside for us to start using it. So that's gonna be a very important part, the capital expenditure planning. And then the 24, 25, man, I'm gonna be all over the fees aren't free. You know, the Constitution guarantees a free basic education, and if you gotta pay $50 to graduate, that's not a free public education, that's a $50 public education, and, you know, $50 isn't free, so we'll look at the impact of that. And my sales pitch to the county commissioners are, if we're collecting fees from the public to attend school, and if we're collecting fees from the Moore County public to attend school, then why don't we just use tax money to do that, because it's the taxpayers paying that. So, you know, that's an argument or discussion I'll have. We'll go back to, you know, we'll see if we need a zero-based budget in 24, 25. That depends on how the 23, 24 budget rolls out. And then completion of the public-facing business, like, I won't go into details on all that, but trust me, those financials are gonna answer all kinds of questions, and people will be able to look at them and go, oh, okay, I understand what's happening. And, you know, the goal on that last bullet is to do that via reports and stuff, not have like a ton of people working on a one-off report, you know, do a relational report. So that's the report of my committees. Any questions? Just trying to keep things on track here. We got 15 minutes. We do have some other committees. Let's see, we have Shannon, homeschool and non-traditional education. Do you have a report?
No, I did not do anything last month as I was with my grandmother, so that's,
Okay.
no, I didn't,
That's
I
fair
haven't
enough.
worked on that.
Okay, Ken, do you have a brief?
I don't, we'll have the first CTE meeting the day after this next public meeting, on the 14th,
Okay,
9
awesome.
o'clock, right here.
No, sir, we're gonna be meeting at Union Pines High School for the CTE meeting, I think.
Oh, really?
Yes, so what we talked about, but we can change it back to here if
No,
you'd
no,
like.
that's great. Okay, good enough. Has that gone out? Is that going out as an official list?
It has not gone out until tomorrow morning. Dr. Metcalf and I are meeting tomorrow to make sure I have an agenda and everything.
Okay, yeah.
We can talk
Yeah,
after. the meeting.
venue's good. Fundamentally, we're gonna get through the group dynamics, and get everybody settled in and figure out what we've done in the past, where we are now, and what we're projecting down the road. We've got some new folks coming in addition. Lisa had 2 other folks I think she was bringing in, is that right?
She's bringing in some of her team from the
Yeah.
3 high schools to make sure everybody in the committee has an understanding of the whole program. And then we're gonna take a moment after the end of the meeting to tour the Union Pines site and some of those programs as well. So there's a full picture from the committee of what we've got at the different schools and kind of put a vision on the
Yeah,
practice.
sure. For some reason, I was thinking that was gonna be our second event. That's okay, that's good. As a community representative, we got Bill Damascus coming in, former vice president of roadway trucking. So we have a good, he came up from being parts clerk to being a VP. So he'll bring a good perspective to this whole thing as well. Looking forward to this thing. I think this is ought to be very enthusiastic about what I see on the ground now and what's possible down the road. Tremendous possibilities. Just a couple of comments, a couple of other events. You recall some of us, right after election, we stopped in at West End Elementary. We sat in on the ESL Hispanic Parents Academy up there. They were focusing that night on English comprehension. Saw an awful lot of good things happening there. So I got an appointment with Miss Sophia McDonald and Miss Donna Gephardt back on the 19th of January. We sat down for a couple of hours and went into a little greater depth on this ESL effort. It's a federally funded effort, but I see a key thing that happened during that time we were up there. Student, teacher, and parent together for 2 hours, focusing on enhancing learning. I thought that was a phenomenal thing, and I wonder if we can't take a look at that, institutionalize it across the whole community here. I think it's a tremendous asset. So, let me see, and final thing, oh yeah, I've scheduled 4 school visits, 2 this week, 2 next. I'm gonna be at Lakeview, Vass, and Cameron this week, and McDeeds Creek and Carthage next week. And I'll provide reports after each of these visits, summary, you know, what I saw. So I think that works in with Richard's instructions this morning. We get something rounded out, and the request process, I think, worked pretty well. Thank you, Cynthia, really for the effort, and you, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Benway, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cindy can always facilitate that very quickly and efficiently, yeah.
Yeah, we try to get enough advance warning for everybody to adjust things, so.
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you.
Pauline, do you have anything on the volunteer and hospitality?
Yeah, hospitality. I did, I turned in, names to our superintendent, and I have a lot more, because people really want to get involved with reading to our children, reading with, whatever they can do. So, yeah, and I was very happy with the bus report. I'm riding 2 buses again this week. Yeah, I think we're trying.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. And we're processing through that. Dr. Metcalf's office, be contacting those folks to fill out paperwork for the volunteer process, and we're planning a training for them as well.
Oh,
So,
good, that's
we're working through that.
wonderful. Okay, terrific.
Mr. Levy and Mr. Holmes are not here, so there's no report from the policy committee, the curriculum and media committee, or the safety and discipline committee. I do want to say one word to all the board.
Miss Cindy's waving at you in the background.
I
I'm
just wanted to
sorry.
highlight that the Discipline and Safety Committee have scheduled their first meeting, and it's February 24th.
Okay, good, thank you. I knew it was scheduled. So I just want to say one thing to all the board members. Look, the whole idea of the public, the whole idea of the committees is so that board members can really specialize in areas that they have expertise, or the training that Schwartz was talking about, that areas that they have expertise or interest in, so that they can do a deep dive, and then we have points of response, points of touch points. So like, I have ideas for Mr. Benway's committee, I have ideas for Mr. Holmes' committee, I always have ideas for the policy committee, and the idea is, rather than me bombard the superintendent and all 6 of us, bombard, I just tell, Bob Levy my policy ideas, and he's got them for action, and he works with the superintendent and staff. I tell Mr. Benway my VOTEC CTI's ideas, and then he works with the staff and superintendent, so that, same thing with Mr. Holmes and Ms. Davis, so that individual board members develop expertise and rapport, and then there's unity of effort and communications. It's a much more efficient way to operate, and it'll prevent a lot of mismessaging and allow us to be much more effective due to, just unified messaging and unified effort. So that's what I plan on doing, Mr. Benway. When you do your first report, I've got a couple ideas for you. I'll send them to you offline, and then I've got some certainly for the safety committee. Any other committee issues, questions? I think that concludes our today, board comments. Dr. Locklear, do you want to start off?
There to say thank you. It's been a full day, and I appreciate the board's engagement, work, and feedback, and it always helps us move the core work of our district forward. So thank you very much.
Mr. Benway?
Nothing.
Good, thank you, everybody.
Ms. Davis?
No, it was a good day today, and that's all.
So the only thing I have is, Bob told me he was gonna watch today, so Mr. Levy, if you're watching,
Hi, Bob.
hello, or if
Hey,
you're not
Mr. Levy.
watching,
Get
that's
better.
okay. If not, either way, we hope Bob as I reported, he had a procedure last Thursday, and I think he's turned the corner. I didn't get an opportunity to see him yesterday, but, certainly see him today, and we hope, we wish Bob, Mr. Levy, a speedy recovery, and, we'll hold the chair here for him. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Make a
So
motion.
moved.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.